Welcome back, guys, to another day in LALC, and today we are here in the semifinals, match 6, best of 5, AHK against KBG. Last time we had the banger between BMR and LLG, obviously. If you missed out on that, go back and watch the VOD. Andessa, I will be your host for tonight. I will be one of the casters, and joining me, we have Drake. Say hi and what's up.
What's up, man? Hi, guys. I'm Drake. I'm excited to be here.
Wonderful, man. You'll be my partner today in crime, obviously, so I'm sure we'll have a good time. Not only that, we will have a couple of interviews before we head into tonight's games. Currently, we have KBG Jave here. Say hi, KBG Jave.
Hello there.
Hey, what's
Um,
up, dude?
what's up?
You are the jungler, I believe, for KBG?
Yeah, I'm the jungler. Actually, we've played with two junglers all along the split. And I'm the one who's playing today.
You're the one who's gonna bring the fire today. Now, obviously, AHK, looking at the standings and looking at how they played in their quarterfinals against TLPP, they are currently undefeatable, still boasting an impressive 14-0 at the moment. How do you guys intend to answer that today, and what kind of preparations have you done coming into the games today?
I mean the last few days we were looking at their games, and we know they're scary. Like they haven't lost a single map. But anyway, I think what we need to use is that kind of feel of revenge. Like they won the last two games against us, so we need to play with that.
Yeah, and I think confidence, right? Like, because obviously, yeah, they might be 14-0, but they're still humans. They can still make mistakes. So I think going just into the games with a clear head is, I think, the main thing. What would you say is the biggest strength of your team? What would you say is the secret sauce for you guys that brings you the success you've had?
I mean, what can I say without showing our cards? It's like I don't know, like in in that split, we had a few games where I mean when the communications goes well, we play extremely well, but I think we depend too much on communication. Like if communication goes well, we're confident we can win today. But that's the thing. I don't think that's one only thing that makes us special, but it's uh,
it's
it's weird to explain.
it's one of the things. Obviously, with it being league, there's a lot of things that you need to make a good team. And you guys, I think you guys are definitely up there. And I think you're one of the few teams that can take on AHK, and I think we should have some good games today.
I hope so.
Drake, Drake, you have any questions for Jave here?
Yeah, I mean, we asked about the secret sauce, right? I was curious, is there anything you guys are cooking that we should be aware of? Do you have anything in the kitchen right now?
We have something in the kitchen, but I think it depends on our situation. I mean, if everything goes well, we might save that card for the finals.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I'm glad. I'm
Thank you
glad
too.
to hear that you guys have been cooking something. Obviously, good luck to you as well for tonight's games, and I hope it's gonna be fun for you, and I hope you make it enjoyable for us as well.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the show.
Thanks, thank you. Thanks for joining us as well.
Yeah, good luck.
Now keep in mind, guys, it is a best of 5, so we will be here for a while. We will be here for a good time. That was KBGJ giving us a couple words about him and his team for tonight's games. Now, next up, we will be going into a little bit of a break, but after that, we will be talking to someone from the team of AHK. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be happy? Cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on a show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did this all mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know, I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside. To drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did this all mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know, I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside.
Welcome back, guys. Another day of LELC, another day of games. You just saw us talk a little bit to KBG, a little bit about their plans, interviewed one of their members, and now we have AHK Exploitive here. We're gonna do a word with him. What's up, dude?
Hello guys, hello, happy to be here.
Now, Drake has prepared some questions for you today, so hopefully you aren't too nervous here, but take it away, man.
Yeah, hi Exploitative. Good to have you here, man. I was curious. The last guy we had in, Jave, was saying that you guys beat them 2 times in the past, right? So you guys are 2-0 with the record right now?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so he said that they're kind of out for blood. They're here to get revenge. What do you have to say back to him?
I mean, hopefully we can get some blood as well. I don't know what to say to that. They need to prove something. We have nothing to prove, to be honest. We already beat them twice. So it's gonna be a fun series. That's what I'm gonna say.
So you guys have a little bit of history. How were the games last time you played them? Did you feel like they were a challenge, or do you feel
Actually,
like...
yeah. Apart from jokes, they were really good, and we need to be full focused for the series because we know they're dangerous. We know they have weapons against us. So it's all going to be really close, in my opinion.
So another question I had, moving towards, I guess, more of the game aspect of the situation, less of the emotions. I was curious, where should we see the focus in between these two teams, between you guys today? Where do you think the focus will be on? Which lane?
It's tough to say, to be honest. On our best of five, it's really tough to say. We have a really strong bot lane, in my opinion. They also have a strong bot lane. The team are pretty even, like elo-wise, also. So it's gonna be draft depending, I'd say. We'll see what we can do.
All right, that's good. That's gonna be it for me, I think. So, Dessa, do you have anything more to add?
Yeah, just a couple of things. Obviously, it's good to have you here. It's good to have a talk with you as well after talking to a member of KBG. And it sounds like you've come prepared because, like you said, you realistically have nothing to prove. You haven't actually dropped a game, which is why I think the ball is in KBG's court. So what's your confidence coming into today's games, and how have you prepared for them?
We're really confident, but we've always been like since we were net 0-0. Like this is our main strength, I think. It's just
This is your
focusing on
time.
us, focusing on what we do best, and hope for the best. I guess it's no secret recipe for us.
Yeah, of course, and I think focusing on your strengths is key. Like Drake said earlier, you're not quite sure what lane we will be focusing on today and I think that's important as well because I think you in KBG, I think both teams have very strong members on each side of the map. So I realistically think the game could be taken anywhere. Quickly, I wanted to ask, do you have any experience in best of fives as a team? Obviously, best of fives can be a bit longer of a series, so is that something you guys have come to prepared for today if it does go into a game of five?
Actually, that's probably our first best of five. I can't remember if we had any other best of fives. So yeah, it's gonna be challenging time-wise, but we're ready for it. We're not scared.
It's gonna be a long day, and I'm glad to hear you're not scared. Glad to hear you come prepared as well. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us. Thanks for letting us have a talk with you as well
Thank you,
before the
guys.
games.
Have fun.
And is there any final words you want to give to the viewers? Any final words you want to give to everybody watching before the games?
Good luck to our opponents and have fun. Hope we can set up a good show.
Yes, sir. That's all we're here for. We're here for a good show. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you,
Guys, that
guys.
was Exploited from AHK. Now we will be going to a little bit of a break here before we get started with the games. But obviously, we will be back very soon and we will be starting draft very soon as well. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be happy? Cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on a show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did the song mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside.
And welcome back, guys. That's for the most part gonna be it for the breaks for now, as we are getting into draft here between AHK and KBG. So we don't have much time here, as AHK do take away Aesol, Wukong, Vex, and KBG going with the double AD carry and the jungler in the Zaya, Kaisa, and the Amumu. Obviously, Zaya very good AD carry this patch, same with the Kaisa. And both teams do have mid laners that play Vex, so at least for me it was a big question mark on which of the teams is going to take it away today, but AHK has chosen to opt for it, as we have a first pick Ornn.
That's really high priority on an Ornn pick. I'm just saying, like, that is a really quick top lane like blind. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree. I think blinding Ornn here is a little bit risky, especially with Samira being open. Obviously, Samira being a very good counter to Ornn, being able to win wall the Ornn ult if necessary. And obviously that is something that KBG could potentially look into. Samira not too bad in the meta as well either. I don't know how she is in a 5v5 competitive setting. I haven't tested her out myself personally, but I think for solo queue at least she's quite the beast. I don't think we will be seeing her with KBG looking in Karma, but only time will tell.
Yeah, I was definitely gonna say I'm not sure the the infamous Samira Karma lane is too popular, but yeah, definitely a good note. It's really like same as Yasuo, isn't it? Just really powerful into champions that have these long range abilities that can just knock up the entire team. Good into Sejuani as well. Now that we're talking about it, Syndra also going to be picked up in the mid lane. Looks like it's going to be on KBG to decide if they want to pick their top counter or their mid, but they might end up just opting for the AD as well. Definitely interesting to start off the game. Vi, Sejuani, two very strong junglers in this patch. Going to be a little bit of a fist fight in the jungle, if I don't say so myself. And it looks like it is the Ahri, so it's going to be the mid trade. Two assassin type mages in the mid lane. I mean, when we're talking about fistfights, this is even more of a fistfight, isn't it?
Yeah, and I definitely think both teams have come here to scrap today, and like you said, both mid laners are people that can fight early game. Obviously, Ahri, with having the ultimate, with having access to those 3 dashes, it's much easier for her to set up plays than it is for Syndra. But Syndra obviously just has that raw damage, at least when you do get into the later parts of the game. Not so present in the early game as Ahri's, I would say. But I think we're just gonna have to see how AHK choose to pilot around that, and potentially not having mid prio for the early game when it comes to the mid lane, with KBG taking away Jinx, and AHK responding with taking away some potential top lane answers to this Ornn in the Olaf. I am a little bit surprised to see that KBG do leave their top lane pick this late into their game, but I think that's just one of the things that make them a good team. It's the way they can flexibly play the game, they can flexibly draft, and the way they plan going into these games.
Hey, I mean, it might be the Karma top, bro. How do you know? You don't know, bro. Might be the Vi top. We never know in these type of games, do we? But it's definitely interesting for sure. Not responding to the Ornn was, I mean, it just puts the priority on the Karma pick, right? They must really love this pick. It obviously gives you the ability to push in. Really good with hyper carries like Sivir. Looks like they insta-locked it. So I can see what they were going for, right? Because Karma is just one of those lane bully type of champions. And if it is one of your comforts, I can definitely see it being one of those ones where even if you're not countering the top lane pick, it's just a strong pick regardless.
Yeah, and I think Karma is one of those things where you can't really go wrong with picking Karma. Like, yeah, you can't be countered by specific engage matchups personally, but I think we have a Samira lock-in on the side of AHK. See, we have a Samira lock-in. It's just not on the team I thought it would be.
Yeah, you called it, man, but like you said, not exactly on the team that we were thinking, but who knows, maybe they were denying it. It was the Sivir top angle, and they saw the Samira flex into the bot lane as well, so they had to deny it, and then they lock it. So I mean, it makes sense, but not too much win wall value, I would say here. I guess can't get Ahri charmed, and perfectly happy with being melee range with Vi, so maybe that was the thought process here. Locked in with the Rakan as well, super strong right now. I think Rakan's an extremely strong support champ right now. So it makes sense. They're willing to scrap. They are 14-0, like we said. It is a long series ahead, so they're probably just testing the waters, seeing just how aggressive they can get, because this comp looks extremely aggressive from the side of AHK.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point that you made and highlighted Rakan being picked up and obviously one of the more better engaged champions of this patch, as we do have a Cho'Gath lock-in from the side of KBG as a response to the early Ornn. They will be leaving it a bit later and do end up with the Cho'Gath. Now obviously it is a very tanky matchup in the top lane. I think that's definitely one thing that KBG's comp really needed. They needed a good front line. They needed someone to tank for the Sivir and buy time for her to ramp up. And obviously the Vi will be depending on the build she goes. Not too tanky, you could go with the Radiant Virtue as well, you have access to that, but at the end of the day, when you're up against a Syndra, when you're up against a Samira, you're really not going to be too tanky against that. And I think AHK, when it comes to AHK's comp, I think it's just a lot easier to execute. They have the Rakan, the Sejuani, the Ornn, they basically just press their buttons and go. And I think this Samira is going to have to be key in this matchup as well as Syndra. So I think KBG's draft is definitely interesting if they execute it right, but I think we should have a good game ahead of us.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, I think KBG choosing to draft a little bit on the edge right now. That they have a team comp on their hands where the execution is all that matters. It has nothing to do with how well you actually drafted at this stage. A lot of pick potential as we're getting into actual draft onto the tournament client now. But yeah, KBG definitely have a draft on their hands where they need the Vi ultimate to land on the right target. They need the follow-up from Ahri to land. They need Sivir to ultimate in time as well, and Karma can't get caught ever. So like you said, just a lot harder to execute, but I would say that the follow-up for their pick potential is definitely there. So like you said, definitely an interesting game on our hands. We'll have to see if they can manage to find those picks and convert those into leads, or whether AHK will just steamroll the game.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a good point as well that you made, that AHK's draft is a lot easier to execute, but if KBG can, like you said, find the Vi ultimates, find the right angles with potential Ahri charm from a Fnatic death push or something, they have very good potential to take this game as well as AHK. So I think it's, like you said, it's gonna come down to execution. And I think the lane that we really do need to keep an eye on is this mid lane. Because
That
I
has
think...
to be an accident, right? Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say the Olaf on the screen. It happens. It happens so often. They're probably just nervous, you know. It's a 5-game series, their first one. Oh, you can see the players joking in chat. Yeah, it happens. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You were saying.
Nah, you're good. It's fine. They're just getting a little bit of the early jitters out the way, you know. They're making mistakes now, so they don't do them in game. I think that's the main thing. But yeah, I think going back into the comp of KBG, I think this mid lane is gonna be what we wanna look at, this Syndra Ahri matchup, because I think mid lane prio is gonna be key, especially in the meta that we're in. Being able to roam around with your jungler and being able to start up those 2v2s. If you can be there first, before the enemy mid laner rotates, then like you have such a high advantage when it comes to the other team that I think this mid lane matchup is definitely a point of interest for us.
Yeah, I can definitely see that being the case, especially with these roaming champions in the support as well. When it comes to moving around the map and making pressure, making plays with your jungler as a mid laner, it is even better if you have your support there with you as well. So I think we'll see a lot of emphasis on the Rakan roams, on the Karma roams. Both these champions extremely happy to get out of lane as soon as possible and leave their ADC to kind of do what they want. So it's definitely a case of if Rakan can get off a good roam early, maybe get an engage into Ahri, burn her flash, then maybe we could see a little bit of pressure being exerted from AHK and see them start to steer the game in the direction that they want. But equally, KBG could see their Karma getting off a good roam before the Rakan, or fighting in a river fight where it's 3v3 mid jungle support. And it's definitely going to be an interesting draft when you think about the supports as well, since they are both extremely happy to roam. And Sivir definitely a little bit happier to be alone in the lane, but Samira equally can scrap with Sivir, so can hold her own and be left alone. So the Rakan definitely looking to get something off of his lane as well.
And I think that's definitely Good point that you brought up there. Obviously, on KBG's side, this Sivir is, I think, a lot happier being in a solo lane if it does end up just being roaming supports and bot lane is just AFK farming. I think that's a situation that the Sivir will much rather take than the Samira. Obviously, Samira as a champion just wants to snowball and wants to try find early leads with the early game damage that she can have, especially after that shield pull, after the survivability she gets off of the first item. So I definitely think that these supports are something we do need to look at. Like you said, the Rakan, very good roam potential early game. He has the grand entrance for the CC if it does land, and I think that's a very powerful tool when you pair it up with a Sejuani, when you pair it up with a potential Syndra Force of the Will. So if you can follow up that engage, if you can follow up the Rakan engage, obviously Rakan as well being able to sort of come out of the shadows like the assassin that he is, just jump on your carry is obviously not quite the range that you have when you're paired up with Azaya there, but still a very good threat in that support role. And like you said, obviously Karma can respond if he can get a roam earlier than the Rakan, try get his team a couple of leads here and there. It's gonna be a lot harder time for AHK support to make plays around the map, and I think that's one of the angles that KBG could look at.
And it looks like, knock on wood, we have a successful draft. Ornn has not been locked in for the side of AHK. It looks like we might actually be getting into game. I can't wait. I mean, game 1, 5-game series. No one knows how long it'll go. It could be over in just 3 games, and no matter how it ends, somebody's story ends here tonight. I'm so excited to see these two teams scrap it out.
Same, like, I think the main thing is both teams know in a single elimination tournament, you come as far as you have, and you don't want to fall now, right? You don't want to end your journey here. So I think that's both teams are gonna be quite nervous, I think, coming into today's tournament. Obviously, AHK being the unbeatable behemoth that they are is, I think for them does bring them a lot of confidence, because for them this is it's just another game, it's just another day. If they've in their head, if they beat every other team, why should today be any different? But I think it's important to not let that get too far into your head, and it's important to still just look at the game ahead of you, and especially in a best of 5 series, especially, it's very important to just take it one game at a time.
Yeah, for sure. One game at a time. And that's exactly what they're both looking to do here. We have two very even team comps, I would say. Nobody extremely outdrafted the other. Like you said, AHK a little bit easier to execute. KBG, they said that one of their strengths was their communication, the way that they communicate and the way that they talk to each other. And when you have a composition like this that needs a lot of setup, needs a lot of people to line up their CCs on top of each other to pick somebody off, I think that communication is key. So both teams playing around their strengths in this first game, definitely looking to win. So I'm really excited, and I mean, I absolutely can't wait.
I mean, yeah, listen, man, regardless, if we're looking at the comps, I think AHK is gonna give us a good time with the Orange Sejuani Samira, their comp, obviously. It's a very heavy, just go in and press my buttons comp, and I think that's something they're gonna want to look at. They're gonna want to find leads in the early game if they can, especially if they can get a couple of kills onto this Samira. At the end of the day, yeah, KBG has the Wild and the Cho'Gath, but outside of, I mean KBG, apologies, but outside of that, if AHK can keep their Samira alive, if they can create enough disruption in a big team fight on KBG's members, and if they potentially can't find that Wild on KBG's side onto the Samira, I think AHK can very quickly take over this game. And that's one of the things that I think they're very good at as a team. They're gonna find a lead, and they're gonna hit you with it until you sort of realize it's there. And before you know it, you're now by 10 kills, you're down by 5k gold, and it's already too late.
Yeah, at that point, you can't contest objectives. You can't walk into your own jungle. Poor Vi is just never going to see a bit of farm ever in her life again. Sejuani hasn't farmed her side of the jungle for the past 10 minutes, but it doesn't matter because she's in yours. Yeah, it can get out of hand if one team gets ahead. And like you said, it seems like it's one of those trends that AHK has managed to pick up in the regular season. But it is up to KBG to make those mistakes, like you said. If Jackie George doesn't end up getting ahead on the Samira, if Painzor doesn't end up getting ahead on this on the Syndra, then there really isn't any damage for AHK to have. So if KBG can manage to just snuff them out in the early game, play a little bit safe, play as you feel like teams should in the best of 5, then I definitely can see KBG having a chance in this game. And when you look at the damage spread, both teams have relatively good damage spread, AP and AD on both sides, but really only 2 damage dealers on the side of AHK. So KBG a little bit more facets to get ahead, a little bit more ways to do damage, and later stages of the game actually maybe pick somebody off, kill somebody. So it definitely does depend on if AHK does end up getting that lead, because like you said, if they get it, then they won't let it go.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing. KBG, like you mentioned earlier, they have great pick potential with this Vi. They have the Vi, they have the Ahri. But they might, if it goes really, really late into the game, yeah, you have the Karma, you have the Ahri, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough to necessarily get you through an Orange Sejuani, big tanks, big meatballs that wanna just roll at you. They wanna just get up in your face, not give you any room to breathe, as well with the Ornn ultimate, obviously. If we can get some banging Ornn horns in from the side of AHK, I think it's gonna bring their success rate to a lot higher, and I think it's gonna give them a lot better of a chance. As we do get into the game here, momentarily, we'll see if there is funny business from either team's level 1. It doesn't look like it, so it looks like we'll just have standard starts from both teams.
Yeah, Ornn moving towards the top side might end up greeting the Cho'Gath. Looks like Vi and Sejuani set up to maybe get those resets in early, get a sweeper. But we've seen recently in recent patches that now that you drop the ward, you pick up sweeper, you don't have it immediately as your buff spawns. So a little bit of a nerf there, but we might see it coming out from both junglers. Having that sweeper is super important. Looks like Sejuani has dropped her ward. Gonna take that reset, probably get the sweeper, same with Vi. So it hasn't really changed the meta, I would say, but the nerf is definitely interesting. Like, they won't have sweepers yet. Looks like Karma also reset to get a sweeper, so 2 sweepers on the side of KBG, 1 sweeper on the side of AHK. Sorry, this is a lot of ward talk to start you guys off, but I mean, it's definitely something important to note when you're talking about these roaming champions, when you're talking about Karma being out of lane. This sweeper is definitely something that will help her prep to get something towards the mid side of the map, maybe towards the top side, surprise one of the laners, and maybe get a kill with her Vi. So definitely interesting to see. You also see both junglers starting opposite sides of the map, Vi pathing down towards the bot side, and looks like Sejuani will be pathing up after taking red buff. Definitely some interesting stuff to see here. It might just be a couple camps into bot for Sedge, I'm not sure, but definitely interesting that she is pathing towards that Ornn. I wouldn't have expected it.
I think I definitely agree. I think I would have expected, for the most part, both junglers to stay around this bot side, stay around the Samira River, with how potent they're gonna be going into the game. And like you mentioned, I think you made a very good point on the fact that we have a Scatter of the Will on mid lane. Zaknar getting a little bit low there, a little bit lower than he would like, but ends up hopping the pot and eating it up a little bit and regenerating a bit of the health he lost there. But like I was saying, we do have a level 2 engage here. Entrance of the guard does come down on the Karma. That's gonna be some good damage going down on Exploitive. And
That's not
he
the
will
trade you want, that's for sure.
Yeah, we'll get chunked a little bit there. And I think that's not what he was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you're engaging on Recon, you expect to win the trade, but it doesn't look like it worked too well for him. But he has pots burning, he's gonna heal up. Looks like there's an engage in the mid lane though.
We have Painzor in trouble. We do have a flash out of him. And you can already see, Jave, very proactive from him.
Yeah, he, like you said, really proactive, needs to try and burn the flash from Painzor as soon as possible, and really good timing on it. Like, he's going to heal up on his camps right afterwards. He has the red buff, so perfectly happy to just burn a little bit of his time in the mid lane. And especially with Sejuani pathing towards the top side, full clearing, trying to make an impact on an Ornn lane, which I don't think will be the carry potential for your team. Definitely something that Jave is super happy to do, and then maybe look for a repeat gank with the Karma later or with his ultimate, because by the time he hits level 6, the flash won't be up for Syndra yet, so really well done from him.
Ooh, that's gonna be a knockup going down on Alice. But like you said, this Ornn lane, Ornn Cho'Gath, is very hard to gank as a lane. Obviously, both of the champions are very tanky, and with how low Alice is here, we won't have a risky gank from Stereo on the top lane. Obviously, it's not guaranteed from him as Avatar on the Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath is, I think, a champion that has a lot of damage, as never mind, he's tanking 2 tower shots, and that's gonna be first blood going down for Alice, and a bit of a blunder there from Avatar.
Oh god, he had flash up, he just didn't know what to do, he knew he messed up, he just got stuck, he was like a pinball between the tower and the Ornn Q, like he just couldn't move, poor guy, like I just said, didn't even have time to flash, before he knew it, he just died.
Yeah, and I think definitely a little bit of a mistake from him, as we do have a gank on this bot lane here. That's gonna be the Rakan Dash coming out on Jackie. The grand entrance does come in. That's gonna be some trading on the top lane here. Alice getting lower, and like I said, this Cho'Gath he does do a surprising amount of damage in the early game, so I think that's something that Alice will have to look out for. And I think so far, like we predicted, we are seeing a little bit of an explosive game. But I think maybe Avatar knows something we don't. Maybe he's saving his flash for a clutch flash ultimate later on down the game, maybe in 3 minutes or so, where he might not have access to the flash, as Valkyrie is in trouble here. Sejuani does go in, but Valkyrie ends up shielding himself and walking out. We have a scatter of the will landing on Zaknor there in the mid lane. But yeah, so far, very explosive game.
Yeah, Avatar just really messing with Alice, not letting him back, and it's really good from him. Gonna miss a few minions because of that, and like you said, Avatar having the ability to flash R right now, if he does end up keeping Alice there like he did for as long as he did, he'll have R a little bit before Alice and might be able to surprise him, like you just saw, he hit 6. Might be able to surprise him with a little bit of damage that he wasn't expecting, and who knows, I mean, Cho'Gath is one of those champions that can surprise you anytime really with his ultimate and just absolutely one-shot you and you had no idea, but it looks like he's gonna get the feast stacks on the minion. A little bit of a fight in the mid lane though.
Have a gank going down on Zaknor. The grand entrance is not up at the moment. We might see an engage from Vi here. Valkyrie is here as well to respond. Stereo getting lower and lower. That's gonna be Vi in trouble. That's gonna be the Syndra ulti coming out, and Jave gets absolutely blown up by Painzor. Very good play from the side of KBG there. AHK, apologies, using that early level 6 that Painzor had access to absolutely blow up the enemy jungler, and we will see them move down into the bot river here. Valkyrie will spot this out, and I think we do have a Drake start from the side of AHK. With KBG as jungler going down, I don't see them contesting this. Then again, I could be wrong, as Zaknor doesn't have any mana in the mid lane as the Ahri, but Valkyrie is around if they do want to try go for this. Scatter of the will does come down. That's gonna be Valkyrie responding with the ultimate of his own. But I think at the end of the day, that damage isn't gonna amount to too much, and we will have a first Drake on the side of AHK.
Yeah, really good of them to be able to secure that, and it's with what we were talking about in the draft. It's something that we saw so many miles away when we were talking about draft. It's the 3v3 in the mid lane. We see the support from AHK and from KBG roaming up. We see the junglers around the mid lane as well, and we see the 2 mid laners obviously involved in the scrap as well, as Painzor is the one who got the kill. And really well played from both teams to be able to flex around what they know that they've drafted for. But AHK coming out on top, getting the first dragon, and not necessarily what we would have expected, but we did talk about that Syndra damage. It can just come out of nowhere. So much damage with her ultimate, and KBJ ends up getting taken down. Really well played from AHK, and really good lead for them to start the game.
Apologies, I did not realize I was muted.
Oh, okay,
But-
that's what it was. Sorry. Yeah, I was
We
gonna
have a
keep going, but yeah,
Sejuani
there's a fight in the bot
ultimate.
lane.
That's gonna be a good flash coming out from Valkyrie. And unfortunately, with the Sejuani ultimate going wide, there will be no follow-up there, but they do end up getting Valkyrie's flash, as Jave does start the Herald here. Little bit of a leash from Alice there. cheeky Q there on the Herald, but with Stereo showing up bot side here on the Sejuani, it should be an easy Herald secure from the side of Jave, and that will be Herald going down for the side of KBG. They will be trading the Drake for that one, so they might not have got the first Drake, but depending on where we see Jave use this Herald, it might be worth it as he makes his way into the mid lane. Painzor does have it warded. That's gonna be the Scatter of the Week coming out on the enemy mid laner there, and we do have some more trading in the top lane. Like, yeah, Ornn did get first blood, but at the end of the day, it's an Ornn, so the matchup, so the dynamic of this matchup doesn't really change that much. As we can see, both of them still being very tanky, just beating up on each other up there. And yeah, I definitely think that so far, both teams doing a very good job at securing objectives there, and doing a very good job at playing a very proactive game of their own.
Yeah, they're both playing for their win conditions, like we were talking about. AHK and KBG all focusing on the mid lane in this early game, leaving their ADCs to just kind of do what they want. And I mean, a little bit of a CS lead. As we're into a pause, we can look at the CS and look at the state of the game, right? So about 1k towards the side of AHK right now. That's a little bit deceiving because the Rift Herald hasn't quite been dropped, but that will be about 400k for 400 gold for the side of KBG whenever it ends up dropping, assuming they get 2 plates. But a little bit of a CS lead in every single lane, I want to say, for AHK. I mean, looking really good. But Ornn a little bit behind, nearly every single lane, my bad. Cho'Gath 10 CS up. And like you said, that's just the dynamic of the lane. It doesn't really matter if you end up getting that kill onto Avatar early. I'm not quite sure what the pause is for. I don't think we know, but probably just some technical issues, could be real life problems. I mean, it's so hard when it's a remote tournament like this. You have no idea what the problem is with the players, but hopefully it'll be fixed soon.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the very good things you highlighted there. Obviously, the matchups in themselves aren't really blowing up so far. Obviously, we do have a kill on Painzor here on the Syndra, as we will have play resuming in momentarily. But I think just the main thing is that both teams want to be looking at is this bot lane right now. Obviously, it has been quite a sleeper lane so far. Outside of the gank we got from Stereo in that gank attempt on the bot lane, and we did have Jave trying to gank the bot lane before that as well. So far, this bot lane has been a very sleeper of a lane, as we do see pings going down in the bot side here. We see Jave moving a little bit aggressively there. We have Valkyrie behind the enemy lines. They are looking mid lane here. Syndra could be in trouble as Painzor does walk up here, does get the ultimate down on Zaknor. That's going to be the Y ultimate going down on Painzor. Painzor could be in trouble getting lower. Lower does end up going down. Stereo is next there, looking at the big Sejuani, and he's just so tanky at the moment that I don't think they quite have the damage. That's going to be a good attempt going down on Zaknor, but still does still have the flash available. That's going to be exploded going down lower and lower. The Rakan will be going down a bit too far from his side. Stereo is next. Stereo might be in trouble here. The knockout does land there, but no follow-up, unfortunately, from the side of KBG there. And I think this is going to be the Rift Herald pop. They're going to try to get some plates here. And a very good play from the side of KBG to find some kills back.
Yeah,
Oh,
really good.
we have another
Off
one.
the back of that, another one. Holy, so well played from KBG to be able to play around each other, to be able to communicate like we were saying, line up their CCs, and turn what looked like a dire situation for Zaknor into 3 kills for their team. At ADC, AD Curry on the bot side, getting a little low. But yeah, I mean, just really well played from KBG to look for something together, play around each other, make sure that they're communicating well enough, and then find a 3-kill lead out of nowhere when their mid laner was originally the one in trouble.
Yeah, I think it's a very good job from the side of KBG, and I think it shows very good team play from them. Like we mentioned earlier, one of the strengths that they did say they had in the pre-game interview was their communication and was their team play. So I think they're doing a very good job of showing that. As Alice could look for something here, didn't want to opt into it, and we do have a hard steal finished up from the side of the Ornn. With him getting the first blood earlier into the game, he will get that heart steal a little bit earlier, which means he can start stacking it and just get that item more stacked up earlier into the game. But like we said, this top lane a little bit of a sleeper lane. I don't think it's gonna matter at the end of the day, but still something we should be pointing out, that gonna be a stun going down on Zaknor. And that's about it for the mid lane for now.
Yeah, and we can't quite see the dragon timer
Oh no.
on our
Oh
screen.
no. Sivir is
Oh,
in trouble as he
fighting
does
off.
spell shield the Sejuani ultimate. Very good job from him. As Dragon is coming up soon, but yeah, another attempted gank on this bot lane and very well played from the side of the Sivir as we do have some more movement in the river. Jave could be looking here, Stereo could be in trouble, that's gonna be poke landing down on him. They do choose to engage on the Sejuani, does end up dashing out there, do get some good damage and that's gonna be Stereo going down on half HP here. And we'll see if they end up contesting this Drake here as it is started up by KBG. Obviously AHK looking for it. That's going to be a very close charm by Zaknor. Almost landing that one. Now we don't have the Ari ultimate. We don't have the Sejuani ultimate. Keep in mind. We do have TP from the side of Alice if he does want to join this. Good scatter of the week there. Does hit 2. Dragon getting lower and lower here. Jave will try to secure this one. That's going to be Stereo going in on the jungler. Stereo does get the Drake. That's going to be Drake picked up for the side of AHK. Stereo will pay for his life, but Avatar is down here. We do have a roaming Cho'Gath, but I don't know how much that's going to help as Painzor is down here. That's going to be a good ultimate. Beautiful grand entrance, hits 3 people. Beautiful knockup from the side of Exploitive. Obviously, AD carry in trouble here. Getting lower and lower on the Sivir. Avatar is in trouble next to Samira is about to get full combo. She's popping off. That's going to be 1 kill going down for Jackie George. And beautiful play by the side of AHK.
What a crazy turn of events. Holy. AHK looking so rough in the beginning of this fight, right? Stereo taking half HP, looking extremely weak, and HK can't quite find an avenue into the fight. They're trying to enter through the river, but KBG doing so well to fight them off. Dragon gets extremely low. Stereo steals it on very little HP, manages to somehow steal it out of the straight in front of Jave's face, and then the fight bot side. I can't even emphasize enough how crazy that grand entrance from Exploitative was, how pivotal it was for his team. They were looking in a rather rough spot. They were down a man. They didn't look like they were going to win the fight. They looked like they might even lose a couple people off the back of it. But while the rest of his team is disengaging, finds that 3-man knockup. Engage from Painzor means that they can CC the Cho'Gath enough that Jackie George does end up getting a kill. And really well played from them to be able to pick up a couple of kills off of what looked like they just lost the fight and the dragon. They got the dragon. They somehow won the fight even though it looked doomed. I mean, AHK clawing their way back into this one.
Yeah, definitely, and I think we're just showing how much AHK can do well and how good they are as a team, as Painzor is taking a little bit of damage here. That will be an exhaust burn from the side of Valkyrie, which I think might not seem like a big deal right now, but it might end up costing them a team fight later down online, but we will have to see as Giant is looking in this mid lane here. Painzor could be in trouble, Scatter of the Week does come out. That's going to be a flash coming out from Jave just to secure that Q hit, and Painzor will be going down. Very good play from the side of Jive, and keep in mind, during that last team fight, Alice didn't roam there. Avatar did, so Alice did get a push in, made Avatar lose some CS, which means realistically AHK got even more of a lead from that team fight than we originally thought. That will be a tower going down on the mid lane on the side of AHK, which will open up the map for KBG nicely as they do start this Rift Herald path.
Yeah, I mean, this poor Syndra's just getting bullied. I mean, Jave is here every second he can be, and Painzor can't really do anything about it. If he doesn't have his flash up, he doesn't have his flash up. It's Violed. How do you dodge it? You can't. So, like, you just end up getting engaged on by Vile. The Ari follow up with the charm. You are literally just dead unless you have half your team around you to help you survive by either CCing the person who's trying to do damage to you or blocking some of the damage. But I mean, poor Painzor just the target of all of KBG's anger right now, and I mean, it's what they have to do. It's how they can get this lead, and they're playing really well around the flash timer for Painzor, so really well done from them. They also managed to pick up the Rift Herald. That's 2 now for them, so 2 Rift Heralds for the side of KBG, alternatively 2 Dragons for the side of AHK. We'll have to see which one benefits which team more. Looks like there's a fight in the bot lane, though.
Ooh, Valkyrie does get charmed up there, but I don't think this is where Exploitive wants to be. Does end up having to flash out there. And you know, I did bring up the exhaust on Valkyrie being burnt earlier, but apparently it doesn't matter, as KBG's bot lane do just end up out damaging Jackie. Obviously a little bit of a forced engage there, as we do have Painzor on this bot side here looking for a play. Valkyrie could be in trouble, does have the flash up if he wants to use it, does end up flashing out there. Not enough damage on the Syndra ultimate, unfortunately enough, as Valkyrie does end up just walking out there. Very good shield from him, does end up burning the flash. And without summoners, we'll see if Jave wants to visit somewhere else the mid lane this time, and potentially abuse that flash timer on Valkyrie to try find a kill there.
Yeah, and it is something that Painzor needs to be looking for. Obviously, in a position where if he's sitting mid lane, he's just going to die. He's just a target of KBG to be able to take down, especially considering he doesn't have the flash. And Syndra is spiked right now, has the Luden's Tempest, is able to do so much damage with her ultimate, so wants to be able to find something with her team, find a pick off the back of maybe a little bit of a scrappy fight or just mispositioning from the enemy support in Valkyrie, but can't quite find it. Valkyrie survives, and Painzor ends up just kind of wasting time with the roam, but looks like there's a little bit more of a fight in the bot side as Riftchild has been dropped by KBG.
There is a tower going down, and this is so far gonna be 2 towers for the side of KBG against AHK, as this dragon is slowly coming up. Now keep in mind, I find it actually quite interesting and quite funny that despite KBG being up by 2 towers, with the lead that AHK have managed to get, they're still not that far behind in gold, despite that objective gold being higher on the side of KBG. Obviously, those 2 dragons are coming up huge there in evening that out, as we do have a dragon started here from the side of KBG. This is gonna be big. AHK need this dragon soul, as that's gonna be a TP coming down. Horn does come down, Dash land down 3. We have a good knockup, that's gonna be the Grand Entrance going down on 1 target. Avatar does end up going down very quickly. But how do you kill this Orin? Alice is so tanky, and KBG are in trouble here. Jave will be left to the wolves here, as they will use him as a sacrificial lamb. Does end up going down there, tries to get the YOT and almost ends up getting Painzor there. Painzor does end up going down. That's a very good kill from the side of Ari, but this is Jackie going in. That's gonna be a good flash forward from him. Does end up getting one. We'll see if Zaknor ends up going down as well. Ari not the easiest champion in the world to catch, but AHK take the team fight. AHK run over KBG, and AHK will take up Dragon for their reward.
AHK absolutely decimating KBG. I feel so bad. Like, it looked so good for KBG. A really good counter engage from Jave to be able to find the kill on Painzor. The follow-up from Zaknor does end up taking him down, but just not enough damage from the side of KBG afterwards. The 2 meatballs in the front line, tanking up all the damage, Alice and Stereo, and Jackie George just able to stack up, get his ultimate ready, and just, like you said, steamroll over the side of KBG, and that's 3 dragons over to the side of AHK, nearly Chemtech Soul. Extremely good spot for AHK, and it looks like they're starting to take over.
Yeah, then this is what we talked about. This is exactly what we talked about in Champ Select, right? AHK as a team. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And this is what we're seeing happening here. They had one good fight in the early game, and we've just watched them steamroll that into 3 dragons, into getting a bit of a gold lead, currently at 1.3k, give or take. And I think a part of that success has to be put on the name of Exploitive, because so far, his Rakan has been absolutely massive in AHK's success. We obviously saw that 3-man Grand Entrance down in the bot lane earlier, which was huge for them, turned the fight around for their side. So I think so far, if we're looking at someone, Exploitive is the man to look at, but that was a beautiful Ornhorn as well from Alice on that last team fight.
Yeah, and it's not only just good play from the side of AHK, but it's a little bit of luck as well. Like, there's something to be attributed to the fact that Stereo did end up stealing that dragon from KBG, the Infernal Dragon, so the second dragon in the game, and gave them this this Dragon Soul win condition and put them in this position. So I think that it's definitely worth mentioning that without that, they would be in a little bit weaker of a position. But like you said, really well played from Exploitative, finding those engages, finding the avenues of success for his teams, and like we were talking about, Rakan isn't only an engaged champion, he is a shielding champion, keeping Jackie George alive with his 2 tanks. Really well played from the side of AHK, really well coordinated from the entire team, but it does look like the focus is now turning towards the Baron. KBG might be trying to engage.
Ooh, we have a Rakan here, that's gonna be an Ornhorn going down, that's gonna be missing, unfortunately. Alice doesn't connect there, that's gonna be AHK getting lower and lower. Zaknor does end up going down. Did get stunned up by the Sejuani. That's gonna be Jackie George doing some huge damage there. Does get the combo off. KBG are in trouble here. Jade does end up going back in, tries to find Jackie. Unfortunately, does not end up landing the Q there. Flash forward from Alice, securing that kill and making sure that the Sivir doesn't go absolutely anywhere. Jade in trouble here as well. 1 HP does end up going down as AHK turn their eyes on the Baron Nashor here.
I mean, it's a nightmare. It's an absolute horror for the side of KBG. The Vi was the only one standing and had to take down Jackie George. Just did her best to turn around. Jave turning around with a AD Curry still alive and just trying to find something off the back of that fight. What looked like they were in control was literally only a figment of their imagination. AHK absolutely in control of that fight. Vi turning the corner, runs into Stereo, has to walk back, runs around the other corner to try and get to Jackie George. Alice is in the way. There's Meatballs on either side of the wall, tries to go through the wall. Meatballs just turn around and fight him. Like, it's just so sad for the side of KBG. They're doing their best, but they might just be biting off a little bit more than they can chew at this point.
Yeah, and I think definitely good job from AHK as well, finding these fights, finding the angles for them to find these, and obviously with the Orange Horn not being quite what AHK was looking for in that last T fight, but I think that just shows how ahead they are right now because they didn't need that Orange Horn. It didn't end up connecting, yeah, but even nonetheless, they still very decisively took the fight. And I think with Orenhorn being such a key ability and his ultimate being as big of a team fight tool as it is, I think it's very good play from the side of AHK as we have Stereo doing a little bit of trolling there, showing Valkyrie how much damage he's actually doing, and that is a huge chunk of Avatar's HP. Could be in trouble here as the dash does get interrupted by Avatar, and that is a very hard stealed up Ornn, 300 stacks, and this is what happens when you give Alice a little bit of a lead. He's just gonna take that lead and he's just gonna absolutely run away with it, as we do have Sivir in trouble here, potentially getting run up by Stereo, but AHK will just take down bot lane tower, they will take down top lane tower, and so far, very good Baron play from them.
Yeah, Dragon up in at least under a minute, maybe under 30 seconds here. Gonna be Soul Dragon. So this is pretty much all or nothing for the side of KBG. If AHK end up securing this Chemtech Soul with Baron, then Elder is on the table in the next Dragon. So they're really just on a timer here at this point. Dragon is gonna come up in the next 30 seconds at least. So by 25 minutes, fourth Dragon will end up being taken, and if it goes towards the side of AHK, then the timer's even shorter for the side of KBG. Even if Chemtech Soul doesn't end up ending the game immediately, Elder Dragon definitely will. So we're looking at about a 30-minute game here if KBG can't deny this, and it looks like the fight's about to break out.
We do have a Dragon Star on the side of KBG. If you are KBG, how do you walk into a Sejuani Ornn? It's very difficult for them to do. That will be Sejuani coming down, Dragon Warrior lower and lower. That's gonna be a beautiful steal coming out from Stereo. He gets it, he gets the soul secure for the rest of his team. He will pay his life for it, but that's a trade you'll take any day of the week. Beautiful play by the Sejuani.
Absolute
And
tragedy.
we have a
Oh
pause.
no, the tactical pause. Absolute tragedy for the side of KBG. They did their absolute best. They got into the river first. They got the vision down. They were holding the lines. They were holding the door. They were keeping Stereo out of the pit. But he finds one slight second to enter and immediately steals the dragon out from KBG's teeth, out from their nose. So sad for the side of KBG. It's absolute disaster. It's a tragedy. They'll have to fight the Elder Dragon in 5 minutes if the game's not over by then. Just the literal worst case scenario you could ever ask for KBG, but we'll have to see how they end up playing it. Looks like it was a top DC. They typed it in chat. So that's the reason for the pause. I believe it was actually Blue Side that typed top DC, so AHK are the ones for the pause. Ornn is kind of walking around aimlessly in enemy jungle, so it does kind of make sense. Looks like he's finally loaded back into the game. We should be into the game shortly. But yeah, absolute tragedy for the side of KBG. AHK looking stronger and stronger by the second, even if they don't have to fight the dragon directly.
Oh, I feel so bad for the side of KVG. Like you said, they started up the Drake there, and obviously taking nothing away from Stereo, this guy is playing out of his mind. He has 2 objective steals, and you've seen the impact he had around the map as well. Now, even with AHK's top laner DCing, they did still get the Drake, but like you said earlier, I think when you have a tournament like this, when you have a tournament on the internet, remote like this, obviously anything can happen, which is why we've already seen 2 pauses. Obviously, I think the main thing is not to blame the players, not to blame anyone here. It's just how life goes sometimes. It's just how League of Legends goes sometimes. And even with this Ornn, like you said, aimlessly walking the topside jungle, they still end up securing that Drake. And I think if you're KBG, you're gonna have to find a Hail Mary here. You're gonna have to find a miracle, you're gonna have to find some angle with this Vi potentially getting a good ultimate, getting a catch with potential Zaknor charm on someone like Painzor, on someone like Jackie George. And I think if they can find that, they have a good angle to come back to this game. But it's, like you said, it's looking very dire for the side of KBG.
Yeah, and it only gets worse and worse when you actually think about that engage. When you think about Jave R-ing through Stereo, R-ing through Alice, R-ing through two giant meatballs, and then getting knocked up by Rakan just to do a little bit of knock-up and a tiny bit of damage onto Jackie George or onto Painzor if they're actually around their teammates. Zaknor has to somehow dash through these giant meatballs as well if he wants to follow up. It's just dire, and then even more dire for the side of KB, but looks like it's going to get even worse right now.
We have an Ornhorn in the mid lane, Avatar going lower and lower, like you said, with Jave looking for that ultimate, does land it on Jackie George, but like it's a little bit of a knockup, but at this point you don't have the damage. You don't have the damage if you're side of KBG, and Jackie George is doing a beautiful dance as we have a little bit of a stop here for the moment in the middle of the team fight, but AHK rolling over AD carry so far, and that's gonna be Sivir going down as well. And like you said, Jave, we said that he needs to look for the ultimate. Yeah, he lands the ultimate on Jackie there, but like, if you are lacking this much damage, you don't really have the damage to one-shot him, and like you said, how do you go past this Ornn? Even if you get past him, even if you ult Jackie George, getting past this Ornn CC, getting past the Rakan CC is a very difficult thing to do, as Avatar will be getting lower here. He will get smacked by Ornn enough, he will go down here. Eventually, that's gonna be a delayed ace, I would like to say, for the side of AHK, as Alice will just tank up this tower, being the Ornn that he is. But yeah, I think Jave doing a very good job finding an angle there, but they just didn't have the damage out, unfortunately.
I mean, Dessa, when you're looking at it, right, Alice, I swear, he has more HP added from Heartsteel than Cho'Gath does in his stacks. It's something that's
It's
built
because
into
he's
his
not
kit.
taking damage.
Gets more HP. Ornn gets more stacks on Heartsteel and more HP added by this one item than I think Cho'Gath does with all of his Cho'Gath stacks.
Yeah, I think definitely with him having 436 stacks there, he is a extremely tanky boy. And I think this is one of the things that KBG's comp is lacking. Like I mentioned in Champ Select, if this game does go really late, which I would argue at this point we're kind of late into it, 26 minutes, 4 dragons secured. Obviously, neither of the teams reaching even 3 items yet, but still close, getting there. And I think so far Alice has been playing a very good game. Obviously, that heart still does hurt, even if you are in Avatar shoes, even if you have that much HP. I would argue he's autoing you for about 400, and that's gonna be just out of heart steal damage, disregarding potential Ornn W potential proc you have there. But Jackie could be in trouble here. That's gonna be a violent landing down. Does end up getting the dash out. He will get knocked up there. Beautiful Ornhorn by the side of Alice there. Beautiful knock up to follow it up with Jackie goes back in. Shows them that he's not the one who gets caught, he's the one who does the catching, and KBG end up falling here. Avatar going down, Quadra kill going down on the side of Jackie George. AD carry is in trouble here, Ornn does go in, and you can't do anything if you're the Sivir. Alice is taking no damage from this tower whatsoever, Sejuani ends up throwing in the Glacial Prison as well, just to secure the kill, and beautiful team fight from the side of AHK, and a beautiful play by Jackie George.
Call the ambulance, but not for me. Holy moly, Jackie George living for so long on all of these engages, and KBG landing everything they needed to, everything they possibly could to be able to take down this Samira. But Samira exploitative, Jackie George and exploitative on their own, surviving all of this engage, and then Ornn single-handedly knocking up the entire team enough for Jackie George to just melt through everyone. Holy, I can't even state how much damage I just witnessed from Jackie George. It was a massacre. So well played from AHK, so ahead at this point in the game. I can't see a way that Jackie George can die if not from that engage.
Well, it's not gonna be Jackie George who's dying, as exploited as a beautiful engage there. Lands the grand entrance on 2 people. Rakan picking up all those kills as well. That's so much damage. That's so much damage coming out of this Ornn, and I think at the end of the day, this will be one Nexus tower going down. They will put their focus under the Nexus tower, and you have no one on KBG sides to stop this. They've all been sent to the fountain, all their screens are grey, all of them have respawn timers, and that's gonna be an Ornn horn to celebrate game 1, and AHK takes it. AHK is the winner of game 1.
And like you said, they're the winners of game 1. It's a 5-game series. There's still so many more games to play, so much more action to witness, and it was actually a really close game in the early stages of this game. AHK and KBG, neither team really giving too much leeway to each other in the early stages of the game, so I can't wait to see how the action plays out in the next 4 possible games, and just in the next rest of the series. But yeah, it's super well played from KBG. But not enough to take down the behemoth that AHK were in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, not gonna be enough this time, and I think we have to talk about Exploitive, because yeah, you can look at the scoreboard, you can look at the KDs, Samira ending that game 10-0, Alice ending that game 7-0, but a big part of their success was Exploitive. He was huge on that Rakan and landing some great knockups at the start of the game and in those team fights, and I think Exploitive as a player is a beautiful example of when people say that you can carry as support, you don't need to do damage to necessarily be the carry, and I think Exploitive did a beautiful job of displaying it that game, and I think he's a lot of the reason why AHK won that game.
Yeah, I mean, he was pivotal for the team, like you were saying. Just Exploitive finding so many knockups, so many good engages for his team, so many disengages as well, and charms that kept Jackie George alive, that kept Painzor alive in pivotal moments of the game, and looking for just any instance that he can to get more than a 2-man knockup. He got multiple 3-man, multiple 4-man knockups, and charms, just absolutely dismantling the side of KBG. And even though Sivir does have a spell shield, the rest of your team doesn't, and that only blocks one ability. Exploitive absolutely popping off, doing so much CC, so much healing as well for Jackie George, and really enabling the AHK side to do what they managed to figure out and what they managed to do in that game.
Yeah, definitely, and we do have AHK taking that game 1, but like you said, Drake, like you said, it is a best of 5. It is a long day ahead of us still, and AHK, yeah, they had a very dominant performance there. But I think KBG, once they do a little bit of talking, like we said earlier, it's their team play that's beautiful on their side and can be beautiful if they find the right angle for it, if they find the execution for it. So I think once we do take a little bit of a break here in a moment, I think once KBG talk it out and find some answers to the absolute role that is AHK's comp, I think KBG can look to definitely make a comeback here. I definitely don't think it's over for them. And I'm very excited to see what they can bring out, what they can answer with. And if they can manage to, at last, lock down the absolute god of a support that AHK has.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how KBG end up doing after they go back to the drawing board. And I can't wait to see it after this break for sure.
What does it mean to be happy? Cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on a show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did the song mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside. I trace my steps back to then. Oh, I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on. To feel it. It's all that I needed. It's all that I needed. I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on. To feel it. It's all that I needed. To move on. To feel it. It's all that I needed. How the years go by, searching for the moments I'm a little less 25, a little less 25, a little less, searching for the moments I'm a little less 20, a little less 25.
All you left me was the radio, and it goes like ooh, ooh, yeah, yeah. And it goes like ooh, ooh, yeah, yeah. When I press play, all I hear is you. And it goes like ooh, ooh.
Welcome back to LELC Playoffs Match 6. AHK versus KBG. We already went through game 1 moment ago. And oh boy, it was Drake, it was a banger.
Yeah. Oh, I can't even. I'm still not over it. AHK so bad in the beginning. Like, well, obviously not bad. Both teams playing well. Let me be honest. But AHK looking like they were struggling in the early stages of that game. But KBG falling behind a little bit. AHK not letting them have an inch, taking a mile, like you said. Extremely well played from AHK. Extremely just hard fought closeout. And yeah, I can't wait to see how the second game goes.
Same here, and I think KBG, they have to find an answer against AHK. Obviously, we do have a side swap coming out, so maybe KBG can find more success on the blue side than they did on the red side. But obviously, exploitive being... I know I keep gassing up the Rakan, I know, but he was just so important for their team success. And I think it's, as a support, it's so difficult to do that. That's why I'm highlighting it so much, because it just shows how good of a player he is. As we do have KBG banning out the Amomo Kai Sazaya. Pretty much same bans from their side, taking away the double AD carry there. And
Do you think
AHK...
that-
Yep.
Sorry, I was gonna say, do you think the KBG should ban the Rakan then? Or do you think it's the player that's the issue?
Issue?
Well, issue
Excuse
for
me?
KBJ, I apologize, but KBG obviously, like, they're struggling against exploitative, so do you think it's the
Yeah.
Rakan ban? Well, didn't come out, but do you think it should have been, or do you think that it's just the player himself?
I honestly think it's a big part of just exploitive, like I like to say, I think it's just exploitive doing exploitive things. But I definitely think the Rakan ban is something they could have looked into. Obviously, Rakan, as a champion as well, being one of the better, if not the best, engaged supports at the moment. So it's not like it'd be necessarily a bad ban coming out from the side of KBG. I don't know if it's necessarily the answer, because even if you do ban out the Rakan, there's so many more options and so many more viable engaged supports for the side of AHK and for Exploitive to pick up, that I don't know if that's necessarily something they want to throw a ban on. But obviously at the end of the day, they chose to opt out of it, banning the Amumu Kai Sazaya. So I think at the end of the day, it's just, we have a no one locked in on AHK, okay. And I think with KBG picking up Jinx, we could potentially see them pairing up with the Karma, pairing up with the Lulu of the Swords. And AHK it has chosen to play a Ghost on
Yeah,
the
I'm
side
not...
of.
This is a new champ. I haven't seen this one before. Could be a drafting glitch. Could be just like players forgot to lock it in or didn't type it in time. I'm sure that we'll get a notification soon from either production or from the players themselves what that pick was, but it does look like J4 as well. A really strong jungler at the moment, right? This is one of those champions that can absolutely take over in the early game. He's been picked nearly every game in my solo queue games. I ban him every game, I'm gonna be honest. Like Jarvan, Sejuani, two champs that just absolutely took over the meta in the past weeks, but really strong pick. Looks like it's going to be a Sejuani, like I was saying, on the other side of KBG as well, paired with the Jinx. Jinx is another one of those champions that I would say is super strong in the meta right now. Just really good hyper carry. Looks like it was first pick Ornn as well. So we already see the Ornn being picked up again by the AHK. I mean, did so well for Alice in that top side of the map. Looks like it's gonna be answered with the Mordekaiser by KBG. Definitely an interesting answer, one that looks like Avatar is just going to try and scrap him and try and just take Alice out of the game.
Yeah, and I think that's something that KBG could have looked into last game. Obviously, being its first game of a long series, there is things that you will try out that won't necessarily work, and that's why we call them a series, right? Because you play the first game, and if you don't manage to take it, obviously you can have a talk with your team. You can see what you can improve on as a team, work together as a team to see if you can potentially try overturn the entire series. And I think, like we said earlier, and like we've been saying all day, it's important to just take it one game at a time. But like you said, obviously AHK being huge on that Ornn in game one, and it was very good job from Alit Mansa to pilot it the way he did. We saw some big ultimates from him. Now, interestingly enough, we do see KBG take away the Samira this time from Jackie. Obviously, Jackie playing it very well last game. 907 was the KD he ended the game on, I believe, around there. So not a bad showing from him whatsoever. And it's just something that KBG chooses to not deal with.
Yeah, and speaking of not dealing with, looks like the trade in the junglers this game was actually Stereo on the J4, so Jave electing to pick up the champ that AHK just dropped in the jungle, and going to be playing the Sejuani on their side this time. Just switching it up a little bit, looks like the Syndra will be back on the AHK side, so nearly a salty run back, but opting for the J4 this time instead of the Ornn, which might be implying that they were choosing to draft a different ADC in support anyways, but we'll have to wait and see. Looks like it's a Blitzcrank ban from the side of KBG.
Yeah, and I think it's very smart from KBG to ban Blitzcrank here, because obviously with AHK having Jarvan, they have that engaged jungler, they have that engaged top lane. Again, they're playing a comp that wants to go in. And who's better at going in and picking a single target for entire AHK team to focus on than Blitzcrank? Because you hook that one person, and then you can just your entire team can turn on them. Obviously, if it's not an ideal target, if you do hook the Sejuani, it might not be too good for you, but KBG taking away. And Drake, we have a Vayne response from AHK.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting one. I feel like Vayne did get buffed recently, really strong champion at the moment, but I mean, I guess it's just the answer for the Sejuani. Maybe just one of those picks as well, that if Vayne is your ADC that ends up getting death realmed by Mordekaiser, can just 1v1 the Mordekaiser in the realm, just pin him against his own wall and just go to town, right? So one of those champions that can just kind of deal with every situation that they see themselves having to deal with right now. But Jinx, Lulu, definitely a very strong lane, so we're gonna have to see what the support answer is from the side of AHK, because Vayne's just turbo outranged at the moment.
And I think I like that term, turbo outrange, because I think it exactly describes KBG's side and AHK's side beautifully at the moment, as we do see a Thresh hover from the side of AHK could potentially help to keep that Vayne a little bit more safer via the Lantern and potential hooks. Obviously, Thresh being a very good champion at the moment, but we did see KBG lock in Aurelia. Now, KBG's comp reminds me very much of AHK's comp in the last game, where they have the Sejuani, they have the Aurelia, they have the Mordekaiser, right? They want to just go in, and I think they have very good tools for that. Now, they do also have the late game insurance in the Jinx Lulu, they have that backline, and I think AHK on that Jarvan, they need to find that backline access, right? Stereo needs to try find this Jinx in team fights to potentially give the Syndra an angle. But Lulu, very good at that, very good at just denying the AD carry damage with the polymorph, with the potential wild growth as well, giving Jinx just that much more HP, that much more tankiness, with the potential shields and the peeling coming out from him. So I think it's gonna be very interesting to see how both teams play that out. But my interest peaked the second AHK locked in Vayne.
Yeah, I mean, Vayne is a weird answer. I'm not sure. I mean, it might just be Jackie's feeling himself. You know, he's just feeling it. He's feeling good, and he just absolutely steamrolled KBG. So he's in a position where he's like, I can play anything against these guys. So he locks in the Vayne. He's like, I'll win. A little bit of a Caps moment, you know. Just trust me, guys. I'll lock it in, and then I'll just 1v9. And that might be why he ended up electing for it. But I could definitely see it backfiring a little bit. Like we were talking about, Jinx can just outrange the Vayne. Mordekaiser can take her to the death realm, but I did argue that Vayne can win that 1v1. But the real issue for the side of AHK here for me is that they have no actual reliable way to access Jinx in the backline through a Sejuani, through a Mordekaiser, and through an Aurelia. Like, you have just so many damage threats, you have so many interrupts with Lulu ultimate, with Sejuani Q for the J4. He can't actually flag and drag through the Jinx. It's going to be an absolute murderous time to be able to get back there towards the Jinx, but maybe it's just for the side of AHK, they're thinking, well, if Jinx doesn't get fed, then who cares if we don't hit the backline? She won't kill us anyways, and that might just be what they're thinking.
Yeah, and I think it's a very good, if they are thinking that, I think it's a very good approach from the side of AHK, and I think we're gonna need to see this Vayne pop off. I think with the comps that both teams have drafted, I think AHK, they have a very good front to back. With this Vayne, they have that Ornn to provide the tankiness, and the Jarvan there as well for the CC and the lockdown, and the Syndra with the AP damage. So I think it's gonna be very important for AHK to be able to play that back to front fight. Obviously, like you said earlier, with Vayne being outranged as much as she is by the Jinx, that's gonna be difficult for AHK to do. But I think we've already seen in game 1, it is something they can do, it is something they have done before, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to note that this top lane matchup, the Mordekaiser is able to ultimate Ornn out of his Ornn horn. It's not able to access the backline if it's interrupted by Mordekaiser in the middle of his ult. Really powerful tool for that reason in this team comp, but I can definitely see an issue where if Ornn isn't the one getting ulted, if you have to ult J4 to deny the Dragon Steal, or if you have to ult Vayne because she's just too much of a problem, or Syndra equally just too much of a problem, then you could be in a position where I can't see Jinx or Aurelia ever killing the Ornn that we witnessed in the last game. That's just me.
That's because the Ornn last game had 380 Heartsteel stacks and 200 armor and 4000 HP, and he was taking no damage from tower shots and running over KBG. That's just,
And it's the same player.
Yeah, that was the sad. It's the same player and the same champion as well. Like, I think it's definitely very interesting for AHK to opt back into that, and I think Alice definitely very confident on that, played very well. So I think it's very good for the side of AHK to say, listen, why fix something that's not broken, right? If it worked in game 1, we can just pick it again. It's fine. And like, I think that's another thing that AHK as a team are very good at. Obviously, on the side of KBG as well, like you said, the Mordekaiser can ulti the Ornn. Ornn, interestingly, can also deny the ultimate, with the Orn W becoming unstoppable, I believe, which is to me a really funny interaction if we do get to see it, because it is Mordekaiser pointing his staff at Orn and Orn just breathing and saying no. So I think I think at the end of the day, it's gonna be very much on both of these top laners to show what they can do in this game and to potentially deny each other. I don't know how much Orn it would be Orn denying the Mordekaiser, but I definitely think it's on KBG's side as the Mordekaiser to deny, like you said, most of the Orn engage. And I think if you are ulting the Orn, I think you might be in a good position, but like you said, if you don't ult the Orn, if you have to ult the Syndra, if you have to ult the Vayne, you might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and Painzer has already shown that he can get ahead on this champion. He can get strong. He can be in a position where he can one-shot anybody in the enemy team. So it's not a case of if you have to ult the Syndra, if you have to deny a damage threat. It's that these champions will be damage threats. So will your players be able to keep up with them and deny them from just causing too much havoc in the early game, in the mid game team fights, and absolutely taking over? Because it is on KBG to deny what they witnessed in the last game. It's on them to draft this way because they changed a lot. I wouldn't say HK changed nearly as much. Sure, they changed 3 champions, they switched it up a little bit, but KBG have nearly changed every single aspect of their draft. So it's on KBG this game to be able to outplay AHK in the early game, in the mid game, make sure that they don't get ahead like they did last game, and then once again make sure that they are able to actually take down these mid game team fights and win over these dragons. I think something that we learned from last game is that HK are able to commit for those early dragons and get in a position where they can get ahead and start dragon stacking. So I think it's really on KBG to be able to just deny AHK what they want to do, and they've seen him do it, so they know what they need to deny. They just need to be able to put it into action.
And yeah, I think that's a very good point you highlighted as well. I think AHK definitely have shown us that they can play the game. They've shown that they're here to fight. And Stereo as well. AHK as a team, yeah, they had beautiful objective control last game. Yeah, they lost out on a Herald, but at the end of the day, when you get 4 dragons, I think you can let go of one Herald if you secure that soul. It's not that big of a deal. But I think as a team, AHK did a beautiful job of controlling objectives that game. And especially big props to Stereo, did manage to steal away 2 Drakes and eventually getting that soul for their team, that last Drake that he took. So definitely some big plays from him, and I think in order for this comp to work, we're gonna have to see some big plays from Stereo again. But like you said, on KBG side, right? I think it's, especially in a long series like this, there is a few ways you can go about doing it, and I think the way that KBG have opted to do it is very good, because I think I don't want to say that AHK completely ran over KBG, because the early game was quite close, but I think after the mid and the late game, AHK did just kind of take over the game for the most part. So I think KBG is good on their side to not lock in the same champions, and it's good on their side to just let go of the bad juju that they had on the champions after the first game and say, listen, we're gonna come in with a new strategy, we're gonna come in with new champions, and we're gonna come in with an entirely new style of play that AHK might not see coming. And I think this is, so far, depending on what we see when we get into the game, but so far a very good swap from KBG.
Yeah, and opting for that Sejuani strength, for the Jinx strength as well. Just one of those champions that can take over team fights after a couple of picks, because we did see KBG play these team fights in a way that they managed to get the first few picks, or at least the first pick, usually in every single team fight. It is just low-key how every single fight started, right? AHK lost a team member, and then all of a sudden turned on KBG and just wiped them out entirely. But we're into game, so we're going to have to see how it actually happens here. Alice is going to face check.
And
But yeah,
yeah.
sorry, I was just gonna say, yeah, we're finally in the game. I'm so excited, and we'll just have to see how these two teams end up playing it out.
Oh, Avatar finding some early trading. 93 damage and getting on that. Yeah, it's an Ornn. doing a little bit of the. I like to call it the Orange Shuffle, you know, because I think Orange has one of the more unique dances when it comes to the game, and I think I, if I'm not completely mistaken, I believe there is a Riot dev. I don't remember who, but I do believe a Riot dev did refer to it as the Orange Shuffle in a post a while back that I read, which I find really funny, and I think it's, as a dance, it's just very cool, as we do see Stereo starting down on this bot side here. Now, interestingly enough, in this game we do see junglers start on the opposite sides, so potentially different priorities when it comes to these two teams on where they want to go as the junglers, but so far a very standard start from both teams, as we do have some early trading in the top lane here. Sanzor taking a bit of damage there in the mid lane as well. Obviously Irelia as a champion can be very scary level 1, but so far Painzor doing a good job.
Yeah, and both mid laners opting for the Ignite in the lane. They're both opting for the early game pressure, looking to get a couple of kills, get accelerated. Either of these champions gets ahead, the game is low-key over for the other one. So definitely opting to be a little bit more aggressive, not opting for the
Oh.
TP to be for their teammates. Yeah, that was a little bit of damage from
Ooh.
Avatar, but there's an engage in the bot side.
Good hook on AD carry there, does end up burning the flash away from him. Again, exploitive, coming out with the good place and the good hooks. And like you said, he might not be on the Rakan, and they did end up opting out of that, but still, I think as a player he's very good, as we do have a pull in from Alice here. Avatar,
Dominion
Alice
block!
could be in trouble, as he does end up flashing away. Avatar doesn't opt in to follow up with a flash of his own, potentially missing out on the Q there, but like you said, that minion block was huge for the side of Avatar there, and I think just Alice's minions are doing a little bit of work against him, and he might be a very sad orange for that one, but very good play from the side of Avatar to burn out that flash in the top lane. But we do see Stereo is on the top side, and he could look for this top lane guy.
Yeah, it could be a top lane gank angle, but looks like KB are fighting in the bot side. Just a lot of pressure in this early game. There's already 2 flashes burned, one in the bot side, one in the top side, and for opposite teams, Alice suffering a little bit on this Ornn. I have seen that standard Mordekaiser does kind of win the lane, but it looks like J4 might be looking for something in the top side, alternatively with Jave in the bot side.
Oh,
We'll have to see if Alice can live and kite towards Steria.
good pull from Alistar there, and Avatar could be in trouble here. Stereo does get the damage in, does end up flashing away the Avatar, and that's gonna be a follow-up flash from Stereo. The Q does land, and Stereo will end up going down there. Beautiful work from the side of AHK. Jave trying to make a play on this mid lane, but Pazor being very aware of it. Very good there, and doesn't end up going down to Jave. He really wants that top scuttle, you can tell by his movements. He really wants to contest it, but he knows without a mid laner, it's very risky. It's very unideal to try go for that, and he does end up doing that.
Yeah, both junglers just going to end up taking a reset here. One jungler making out with a little bit more than the other. He did lose Flash, but Stereo extremely happy with what he managed to get done on the top side. I mean, Alice was under a little bit of pressure from Avatar. The Mordekaiser just one of those lane bully champions, very standard from a champion like Mordekaiser. Very similar to like Fiora or Jax, just taking over in the early game, just causing pressure and, like I said, lane bullying. But Stereo managing to get Alice back in the game, getting a kill. Now the Ord is even up 5 CS. Really good from Alice there, and really good from AHK so far in this early game.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's going to be another good pull. And I think Avatar so far playing this lane beautifully, landing some of those important skill shots and important pulls on Alice here. So, like you said, definitely Mordekaiser, a more lane dominant champion than the Cho'Gath we saw him on last game, and potentially exactly what KB needs, as he will be landing another pull, and that's going to be a good W from the side of Alice. Does end up going unstoppable there, and with you being unstoppable, Avatar can't do much on that one. Now we do see Stereo on the bot side here, and AHK might want to try look to secure this Drake for themselves like they did last game. But I think, like we said in Champ Select, in order for AHK's comp to work, we need Stereo to proactive early game. We need him to find leads. And that is exactly what he did, at least in the top lane, as he does step into the opponent's jungle here. With that mid prio, they have obviously Zaknor not being level 6 yet, to the Syndra 6, so that's a fight KBG doesn't want to take. will wait for the Irelia to hit 6, as Stereo is in the pit here, does end up getting out just and just. Stereo playing with fire a little bit there, but good job from him so far.
Yeah, beautiful buffer on the Sejuani Q. Doesn't end up blocking his flying
Ooh,
dragon.
Valkyrie is in trouble here. That's not gonna be the condemn landing down. Beautiful hook on the Sejuani there. Sejuani getting lower and lower. Jave doesn't have the flash available. Instead, it will be Stereo getting lower as well. The jungler might go down here. That will be a trade of junglers. Exhaust not being enough on the Jinx, and now that she's excited to take some of these kills. She's excited to take some more, but good flash from Valkyrie on the threshold there. Exploitive, landing the flail on the Jinx there. That's gonna be a beautiful Irelia ulti coming down on Painzor. Stun does end up going down. Zaknor does end up picking up that kill, and AHK running for the hills here. Jackie and Exploitive trying to get away the bot lane duo, and KBG will take that fight, and they will take a couple of kills, and the game is back to even kills.
Yeah, I mean KBG, that was like shooting fish in a barrel for AD Carry. I mean AD Curry. Sorry, he was doing really well there. Just really well spaced. Like we were talking about, Vayne doesn't have the range to get onto him, and Stereo just caught in the tri bush, can't walk away because he will just end up dying. Can't walk in because he can't reach the Jinx, and he can't go over the wall because he doesn't have EQ or flash. So he's just stuck there, taking the auto attacks from Jinx, ends up going down, and looks like despite that, Stereo will try and contest slightly, but once again, just the damage from Jinx and the spacing, like Stereo can't do anything.
Yeah, and I think it's very important to highlight the range advantage there. Like you said, beautiful played from AD carry on the Jinx. Finding very good space there. Alice could be in trouble here. The pull does land. I was expecting the death round to come out there, but Avatar will opt out of it. And Alice being very low here could potentially be in trouble. But with Jave not being in this top side, I don't know whether Avatar will go for the solo dive here. He does want to deny some of the CS if at all possible. That will be another Q landing down, and Alice is playing with fire here just a little bit. Doesn't want to miss out on any waves or any CS. But I think at this point that's inevitable. You will miss a wave. Avatar looking for the base cancel. Does not end up fighting it. And we have a Jinx rocket coming out of Narnia. Stereo is looking for this bot side gank here. Obviously, no flash on the Valkyrie here, no sums on him. So Exploitive does end up land turning him in, but very good awareness from the side of KBG. Very good awareness from their bot lane to know that jungler could potentially be around. Does end up getting away, but so far, Stereo definitely having an impact on this game, and it is a lot more even game than we had last time around.
Yeah, a lot more even. Looks like the Dragon actually also went over to KBG, which is the opposite of what we saw in the last game. First Dragon did end up going over to AHK. And, I mean, you could argue that it's somewhat attributed to the blue side. Like, you have better entrance into the Dragon Pit, possibly. But the reality is, KBG is also getting the first Rift Herald, which they got last game. So, objectives just going the way of KBG in this early game. With a little bit of pressure, it is just maybe the reality of Aurelia's pressure in the early game. But looks like
Oh,
Alice might end up
no.
being caught.
Alice in a bit of trouble here, does end up flashing out. And like you said, it's another objective going down for the side of KBG. It's gonna be a Rift Herald and the Dragon. And that's gonna be, depending on where they use that Herald, it could be very pivotal in this game. And I also think so far, I want to highlight Painzor for this game, because I think he's been playing that melee range matchup beautifully. That's gonna be a beautiful hook landing now on the Jinx there. AD carry could be in trouble here. Condemn unfortunately does not achieve what he wanted it to achieve, as we do have some people around the mid lane here, mainly the side of AHK, trying to find something. And we do have potentially Stereo looking at this top lane here, as he does end up taking the plant over the wall, and Flagon drags back and chooses to opt out of that one and goes back to farming.
Yeah, like you said, a little bit of imposter gameplay from Jackie George, a little bit sus. The condemn doesn't quite land. Probably would have killed AD Curry with exploitative on his side if not landing the condemn and pushing Jinx away, but AD Curry saved by the bell, pushed away a little bit, and yeah, Jackie George not quite able to pick up that kill, but you can already see the pressure coming out from AHK in the bot side of the map. It doesn't quite have to be just a story of we're under ranged, we will just lose. Jackie George and Exploitative able to make something happen in the bot side, but there's a fight.
Beautiful play by Painzor, getting that bait in, and the ignite ticks and doesn't tick enough. And Zaknor getting, I would like to say very lucky there on that ignite. Unfortunately, does end up finding a nearby fire hydrant and putting himself out at the brink of the moment, and doesn't end up going down. But Stereo could be in trouble here. Bottom side river, he does get engaged on by the Sejuani. Valkyrie is here to help out his jungler, and that's the thing. When you have bot side prio, when you get that base timer, it's just you can go around with your jungler looking for those plays. That's not gonna be the dash you want on the Ornn, and Alice will be going down solo bolo on this top lane.
I mean, Avatar is playing this matchup so well. We were talking about how Avatar is a lane bully, how he's punishing Alice in the early game, in the middle game, and just making Alice's life living hell, right? But we were also talking about this considering that Alice was doing well. He hadn't quite died yet. He hadn't given over enough gold. But now that we've looked away from top lane for a little bit, there is a 50 CS lead in the top side of the map. Avatar is so accelerated at this point, almost on Rylai's after that reset. So much gold in his bank, and so ahead of this Ornn right now. He has a kill. He has 50 CS up. It can't be understated. This Ornn is suffering so much, but once the Heartsteel ends up coming out for the Ornn, the champion is just so strong with the item, and like we were talking about in the last game, top lane doesn't necessarily need that many resources, but definitely something to note here. Avatar getting extremely huge in this top side.
Yeah, and I definitely think that's something that Avatar is, like you said, doing a very good job of, at least so far into the game, as we do have a Drake spawning on this bot side. And KBG could be in a little bit of trouble here. We'll see who engages on who here as they jump over the wall. That's going to be an engage going down on the jungler. Stereo in trouble. Beautiful Cataclysm looking over everyone, but you will want to be locked in with those guys. AD carry looking for the Jarvan. Beautiful block there by Jackie. That's going to be a flash going in. And I do believe Jarvan might have got... Not Jarvan, Vayne might have got his Jarvan killed there with the flash forward by the Jinx rocket, but regardless, beautiful play side by the side of KBG. They will be popping down the Rift Herald on this bot side here. We'll try to secure some extra gold on Zaknor's pocket, and they will start up the Drake here as well. Now, we do have Alice here. We do have Alice on the bot side. Even with AHK not having a jungler, they could try delay this long enough to potentially get Stereo to show up here. Avatar as well. He is opting into this fight. Both top laners down here, but that won't be any contesting from the side of AHK whatsoever, and KBG pick up their second Drake.
Yeah, I mean, a really heads-up play from Alice there, moving down from the top side after TPing. Possibly could have maybe walked originally and not TP'd towards the top side, but opted to get that wave in and then move down towards the bot side of the map. But Avatar equally moving towards the top side, clearing out the wave, TPing bot as well. Really well played from both top laners to be there for that fight, but Avatar is just so huge at the minute that it doesn't matter if Alice ends up moving, if Avatar follows, because Avatar will just absolutely decimate any team fight that he's involved in. And we didn't quite get to see it in the bot side. KBG fighting without Avatar quite getting there, but really well played from them either way. Jinx 2-0 now, extremely accelerated, and going to be really happy with the lead that she's received.
I definitely think that this is one happy Jinx, like you said, and I think it's so far... This game is looking a lot more even than last game did for both teams, I think. Obviously, gold lead currently being for the side of KBG, but only at 1.5k, which I think most of it does come from this top lane. It does come from Avatar being ahead, like you highlighted earlier, by so much CS, that he has such a big lead over Alice right now, that anywhere, anytime, if Avatar does want to go walk down and does want to help his team, they're gonna have a huge advantage wherever this Mordekaiser is. And I think that's just Avatar playing this matchup, like you said, really well so far. And that's really something, at least so far, that we didn't see in game 1, because obviously, when you have a Cho'Gath Ornn matchup, it's just gonna be two tanks wailing on each other. But obviously, as a Mordekaiser on Avatar, you have so much more skill expression, you have so much more potential, as Valkyrie could be in trouble here, potentially paying his life for this ward, as Vayne just jump over the wall. The condemn goes towards Jackie. Valkyrie does end up flashing out there. Jackie follow up. That's gonna be a follow up flash from Painzor. They want this Lulu, and that's gonna be Lulu going down Valkyrie a little bit overzealous for that control ward there. On the other side of the map, we have KBG securing the Rift Herald here. Stereo could look for the steal. He does jump over the wall here. They will try CC him down. I'm not sure who got that one. I don't believe it was Stereo, as Avatar does pick up the Rift Herald. Stereo will be going down here, and they could just pop the Rift Herald mid and look for this mid tower.
Yeah, really well played from KBG there to be able to maintain their composure, secure the Rift Herald. Jave, I assume, ends up landing the smite, even though Stereo does hop into the pit. And
Oh,
it
no.
makes Stereo look, oh, so well played from Zaknor, by the way. I was talking about the fight earlier, but absolutely one-shot Painzor. Painzor didn't even know what hit him. So well played. End up taking the turret in the mid lane. And this game is just an entirely different story from the first, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and like you said, definitely Painzor didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming. We do have an Ornhorn on the mid lane. It will be mostly to secure that Rift Herald. But like you said, this game, so far, a very different outcome from the first one, as AD carry could be in trouble here. Jackie pops the ultimate, does pop the exhaust as well. And I think Jackie so far playing this game very aggressive, exploitive. They could be in trouble here with Lulu being here, Valkyrie coming back for blood. That's gonna be a Jinx rocket going down on exploitive, getting him that much lower. And this might just be a HK giving up this bot tower, as I don't think they really have an option. Obviously Stereo is around, but for the most part, I think this bot tower, it's either gonna go down now or it's gonna go down in 2 minutes. I don't think AHK have a choice. But like you said, so far it's been a lot more even game. Definitely a different story to what the last one has. Yeah, KBG have a 2k gold lead, but a very close game so far.
Yeah, and dragon stacking getting even more pertinent, gonna affect the game even more as the game moves on. Chemtech Soul again, just like in the first game of the series, and it looks like it'll be up in about 45 seconds now. So KBG gonna end up moving more towards that bot side, I would assume. Maybe Avatar getting a reset in at some point soon, and looking to really flex their lead. They are now 4k gold ahead, and a lot of that is just towers as well as the neutral objectives that they've managed to pick up. But if KBG are able to reset with their leads and really flex them ahead of this dragon, that it should be theirs, and we could definitely see something good coming out. But 80
Oh,
Curry in a really
no.
rough position here. Definitely not where you want to be. And I think that literally instantly gives over the dragon towards the side of AHK. A massive blunder from him.
Ooh.
Looks like KGB are still gonna try and, or KBG are still gonna try and find it though.
That's gonna be a TP coming down from both top laners here. Ornhorn will not come out here, does get polymorphed instantly on the TP. That's gonna be Aurelia ulti coming down on Alice here. That could be huge Ornhorn as it finds 3. Does get death round there, and that's gonna be Aurelia being huge up in the enemy team. Painzor doing a lot of damage there with his ultimate. Aurelia does end up going down, and KBG could be in trouble here. Maybe they bit off a little bit more than they could chew. That's gonna be Stereo, unfortunately missing the flag and drag, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. And like you said, AD carry, that's not where you wanna be. We have a Jinx
Really
rocket!
well played with that rocket though. Good job, 80 Curry, to be able to pick up that kill in the mid lane off the back of the fight that his teammates set up. Obviously, a little bit of a mistake there from 80 Curry, a little bit of a misstep, and that resulted in him dying and possibly losing the fight early. But looks like there might be a dragon secure for Jave in the works anyways. Stereo ends up going down as well. Really well played from 80 Curry to pick so many things up off the back of that fight. And I mean, despite
Oh,
the
no.
blunder, KBG in a really good position now.
Oh no, they're gonna absolutely jump on Jackie here. Bot lane of AHK is in trouble. That will be for the most part an ace coming out from KBG. And like you said, very well played from KBG. Obviously Jave getting that red. I think the key there was the fact that he did have red buff there. Got a lot of his HP back with that red buff. Obviously getting that out of combat regen. But yeah, beautiful play from the side of KBG. And this is, so far, I would argue a very mirrored scenario of what happened last game. Yeah, we had one team controlling all 3 Drake last game, as Painzor could be in trouble if Jay wants to look for it. Does end up finding the sun over the wall here. Painzor will go down. Stereo could be next here, as the Aurelia ulti does come out, but doesn't want to go any more than that. Zaknor could be in trouble here, maybe stepping up a little bit too far. They will give the kill over to Jackie here, a little bit more gold on that vein. But like I was saying, it's a mirrored matchup here of what happened last game, because last game AHK had the soul. This time it's KGB who's on soul point.
Yeah, KBG on soul point here. Only nearly 3 minutes and 30 seconds left until that next dragon is up. Really, really good stuff from them. We've seen a complete turnaround in the playstyle, in the game states as well, and just in their mindsets. Really good from them to be able to bounce back after such a blunder. Like AD Curry dying, getting caught out, it happens. You know, these players are human, and really good from him to be able to still try to get back into the game, not let himself fall behind, and finding those kills off the back of the dragon, as well as just finding the dragon in the first place. Definitely something that probably he didn't expect to be able to get, and a lot of players just give up on. But there's a fight in the mid lane. Yeah, AD Curry does end up going down. Jackie George not quite gonna be killed in the Death Realm, taken downtown by Avatar, but the fight is continuing. Avatar does end up dropping.
That's gonna be the AD carry of KBG going down. I do apologize. I might have been muted for the start of that fight. But these things happen. It's fine. We move on. As AHK will be looking for this mid lane tower here. Good stun landing on Valkyrie there. Will try the wild growth himself out of that one, but unfortunately, he might have had to grow a little bit taller to make out of that one and does not get it today. Jave might be looked on here by Stereo, but they don't want to overcommit as AHK could look for this bot lane tower here if they choose to go in that direction. Now, the next objective is this Baron Nashor, this big pink worm at the top of your map. So it's gonna be, I think, vital to see how both teams choose to approach this. I think AHK at the moment are in a very good position here, with Vayne having 2 items, the Ginsus and the shield both finished up for her. She's in a very strong position if she can live these fights. Now keep in mind, there's no QSS on her side, so if the Death Realm does come out on her, that could be potentially death for her, as Jave could be in a pickle here. They could look for Stereo. Stereo does get looked on by Jave here. Flag and Drag does come out. Zaknor dashing over the wall, beautifully using those cards there. And that is some smooth moves on Irelia, as we do have a dive coming in here potentially. Could be in trouble here. That's going to be huge Cataclysm coming down on Irelia there. Good hook landing down, but AHK are in trouble here. Jinx is free firing. AD carry is doing so much damage. Death Realm does come out here. Jackie trying to get as much damage back as he can, but does not end up getting any kills here. That's going to be 2 members on the side of AHK falling. And this Mordekaiser is massive.
Yeah, they turn their sights towards maybe the Baron, maybe just prepping for the Dragon in about a minute's time. But really well played from KBG to be able to find something. Like I said, it's kind of been a tendency for KBG to bite off a little bit more than they can chew, especially in these most recent team fights against AHK. But managing to pick up something off the back of that one, J4 Cataclysm coming out, locking Alice and himself in the Cataclysm. Didn't end up working out too well if AD Curry is not the target. Just so much AoE coming out from the rockets and doing so much damage to Stereo and Alice, and ends up melting those two, moving on, and with the excited just looking for anything else that she can, really just accelerated after the first initial kill. It is just a battle of AD carries in this game, and we'll have to see how these two teams end up deciding to duke it out in 10 seconds.
I was about to say, keep your eyes on these AD carries, like you said. 7-2 Jinx, 6-1 Vayne. Both of them very, very strong. Both of them on the exact same amount of items. So it's really gonna come down to positioning, especially if you're the Jinx, as we have a stand landing on Steve here. Stereo, both teams very, very aggressively here. As Alice does have TP here, so he can just join this fight whenever. We do have a Drake Slide on the side of KBG that will be Ornn TPing down. Is it too late? Avatar getting lower and lower, and that's gonna be the Vayne in the Death Realm taking him on. That's a beautiful Sejuani on KBG here, as KBG are in trouble here. The health pot getting lower and lower on this side. Alice still full HP. This Ornn could be huge here. Keep an eye on Syndra. Syndra and Jackie, that's gonna be the 2 main carries on the side of AHK. AHK's health point getting lower and lower. Alice could be in trouble. That will be Drake secured by KBG. Mordekaiser does end up getting it. That's gonna be Soul, and that's gonna be AD carry excited now. He's very excited to go after his target. That's gonna be the Zap not connecting on Jackie there. Does have red buff to chase him down if he wants to do so. That's gonna be the Zap connecting on Jackie, and beautiful play by the side of KBG, and we have a Soul on the side of KBG.
So crazy, that team fight. I mean, both junglers, neither one able to secure the dragon. Stereo ends up dropping early. Jave in a position where he can't even make it towards the dragon to smite it. and it ends up getting stolen by Mordekaiser E of all things. Not a ton of damage, but it ends up taking the dragon anyways, and Sight's turn to Baron. This is just such a snowball from the side of KBG, exactly what they needed, exactly what they wanted in this game too, and the series is so contentious, it's insane.
Oh, Stereo, you know he wants this. You know he wants this. Stereo's looking for the steal potentially in KBG. They're so scared to get this Baron any lower. That will be the wild growth coming out so that you can't have the knockup there. Stereo does end up going in, and that will be Baron secured by Jave. Good attempt from the side of the Jarvan, but KBG securing Soul and Nash for themselves. This game just blew wide open, and I'm very excited to see what KBG ends up doing with this Baron power play.
I mean, nerves of steel on Jave. He saw the Baron, he saw that it wasn't low enough for Smite, but Stereo giving in just slightly earlier, 10, 20 HP-ish on the Baron after Stereo's Smite comes out, and Jave ends up smiting afterwards. Really well played from him to be able to just hold his Smite, hold his nerves, and be able to not smite it early, not get nervous, and just fray. Instead, he focuses up, he maintains his focus on the health of the Baron, and doesn't end up smiting any earlier than Stereo, securing it for his team, and honestly extremely pivotal right here. We've just seen Sejuani's taking the right objectives every single game in this series so far. We'll just have to see if that trend continues, but Jave playing extremely well here, managing to secure both objectives. Obviously, it was Avatar who secured the dragon, but Chemtech Soul on the side of KBG, but looks like they might be in a little bit of danger.
Jave playing well, but not playing well enough to avoid death there. That's gonna be a shutdown on the Sejuani, and that gold will be donated over to Painzer. And like you said, you were just praising this guy. You were just saying how well he's been playing, and unfortunately does get caught out there. But I definitely agree. I think Jave has been playing so far beautiful this game. And I think if Jave keeps playing like this, KBG could just have smooth sailing all the way to the end. But definitely, as a AHK, as a team, do not count them out in these situations. As Jackie does opt to take that blue buff from his jungler. Not sure how necessary that was, but I think at this point, any gold, any resources you can get on this Vayne, you're gonna want on her. And if that blue buff helps you in a team fight, then I think you're just gonna, if you're the side of AHK, I think you're just gonna be happy with that. And if you're Stereo, you don't really mind as the Jarvan losing your blue buff, as Alice could be in trouble here, potentially looked on by Avatar, but does end up just using the plant to hop to Narnia with the range that it has, and that's gonna be that. Now, Dragon will be spawning in 2 minutes. We did see the Thresh exploitive already ping that out on the chat, so that will be the next objective that people look into. But I will be excited we'll get to that team fight when we get to it.
Yeah, definitely the target and the focus of everyone's minds in this game right now. Just a really scary
Oh
part
no,
of-
Jackie.
Yeah, really good heads up ward from Jackie George, being able to sense that something might be a little fishy in that bot side of the map, but super scary stage of the game. Anybody dies in this stage of the game, it could cause staggered deaths, it could cause issues when it comes to objectives in the future, and the next objectives are literally game ending. So very, very, very cautious and just...
Oh no. Could be in trouble here. Painzer does end up getting the flash out. Jave doesn't want to opt. I think both teams playing very carefully at this in a situation like this, 30 minutes into the game. You don't want to be the reason your team loses the game. You don't want to be the one to go down and potentially, like you said, causing staggered deaths and potentially losing your team the game through that. So both teams at the moment just playing it very safe, don't want to overchase. Both teams want to wait for this Elder Dragon, and I personally can't wait for this thing to spawn.
Yeah, and something else to note, when we're looking at items, right, I believe Sejuani is an entire item up on the J4, and that's just that's just caused from the fact that KBG have been able to live in AHK's jungle a little bit, and what you were talking about earlier, J4 does have to give over the camps towards Jackie George, towards his carry, and you get to these stages of the game where you're Jarvan, you have Gore Drinker, you have Black Cleaver, and you have your Mercury Treads. You are never going to finish another item ever before that Elder Dragon spawns, so there's no point in taking any more farm from your carries that might be able to finish an item. And that's what we've been seeing from these players. But Jave and Item Up, because of that, because his team is just ahead, he has the Anathemas probably, I would assume, on the Vayne. Anathemas also coming out for Mordekaiser on the Vayne as well. Everybody's
Ooh.
eyes are on the ADCs ahead of this Elder
Painzor.
Dragon fight. Painzor might be
This
getting caught
isn't
out.
where you wanna be, and he will go down, and that's gonna be 15 seconds on the Elder Drake. Now, as AHK, you don't have a mid laner here. You have to find an angle. You have to find something. Hook comes out on the Mordekaiser. Not the target you want. Beautiful grasp there on Jackie. Does end up getting the Death Realm on the Vayne, but I don't think that's a fight you're gonna be in as Mordekaiser. If you are AHK, how do you approach this? Your Syndra is a lot of your zone control. It's a lot of how you're allowed to stay in these areas. AHK potentially having to just give up the Elder Drake to KBG with Painzor going down. Stereo could potentially look for a flank, but this is beautiful work from Valkyrie so far. Setting up the wards, setting up the vision, so Stereo can't find an angle. That will be an Elder Drake going down. Death Realm, I thought it came out, but I think Stereo just made out of the animation before it did. And that's beautiful work from KBG as they seize up this mid lane.
Yeah, just one small misstep from Painzor, one mistake in this stage of the game. We were saying earlier
Ooh,
how
Ornthorn
every mistake
does come
matters
out.
at this stage in the game. But
And
yeah, a defensive Ornhorn, but yeah, every single mistake, every single move you take, every muscle you move, every button you click, it does literally affect the outcome of the game in a game state like this one. But that small mistake leading towards the Elder Dragon take for the side of KBG, which persists over into Baron, so you can't contest Baron, because if you walk towards the Baron, you just die to Elder Dragon fight people. So it's just a position where any mistake does end up literally costing you the game or nearly costing you the game. So nerves extremely high for all of these players right now. 18 kills to 14, Dragon Soul on the side of KBG, and 2 end game buffs. We'll have to see how KBG try and close out this game.
yeah, definitely, as Alice could be in trouble here potentially, as Zaknor does have the Elder buff here, and he's cutting through Alice, that Ornn, with the true damage that Zaknor does have, and with the max health. That's another beautiful snipe! AD carries on fire right now with playing the American Sniper. This Jinx rockets just landing on everybody, and Elder Burn ends up taking down Alice. And with not having that Ornn, you don't have that extra defensive person there to defend these towers. Look at that top lane. Irelia is pushing there, potentially could take the top lane tower, potentially could break into the base of AHK. Now, like we said earlier, like I was mentioning, you don't want to be the guy that pains are going down very low there. This Elder is burning AHK. But like I said earlier, you don't want to be the guy to go down. You don't want to be the guy who loses your team the game. Because all of this came from one single mistake, Painzor slightly mispositioning, leading to an Elder, leading to a Baron, leading you losing all 3 inhibitors. And if you're AHK, this is just a Hail Mary for you. You need to find something, as they do focus down on the Nexus towers here. Painzor getting lower and lower, does end up going down to that Elder buff. One Nexus towers falls, beautiful Ornhorn, but it's not gonna be enough at this stage of the game. Another Nexus tower falls, AHK getting lower and lower, and that's gonna be KBG taking out AHK in a very showing match, and that's gonna be them taking the Nexus as well, and beautiful game from the side of KBG as they take game 2.
I mean, AD Curry just taking heads off, landing threes left and right. This guy's insane. I mean, we saw it in game 1. We saw glimpses of AD Curry's potential, but game 2 definitely just, it sent me over the moon. AD Curry just spacing so well. No member of AHK able to get into the backline, able to access AD Curry, able to deny this Jinx the free hitting, and that paired with the Lulu, that paired with the 2 meatballs in the front line, like, there is just no way for AHK to find their way in these team fights, and they're definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board, figure out how they're going to win next draft. It might just be a Jinx ban, we'll have to see, but there's definitely other options for KBG. Definitely a super contentious match, and I can't wait to see how this series ends up going.
I can't stop smiling, Rick. I can't stop smiling because this is such an exciting and a hype game. Both teams taking one game so far, and this is, to put this into perspective, KBG after this game is officially the only team in the off season and in the regular season that has managed to take any game away from AHK. KBG are the team that handed AHK their first loss in the season overall so far, and that just shows KBG are here to fight.
I mean, and this is uncharted territory for AHK. They've never experienced loss, or at least we can't assume, right? We haven't seen their scrim. We haven't seen their scrim results. We haven't seen how they've played against possible teams that were maybe in higher brackets in other tournaments or where else they possibly completed. But they have not in the history of the LELC for this split experienced loss. They haven't had to deal with losing. They haven't had to deal with bouncing back after a loss, figuring out what they did wrong and learning from it. So it's definitely going to be very, very interesting to see how AHK managed to hold their mental, to hold their emotions, and bounce back in game 3 of this 5-game series.
Definitely, and I think that's a key word. I think that's a key word. The best of 5, right? It's a game of 5 series, right? You need to keep your mentals high. And Drake, I personally, I can't stop smiling. It's not because KBG won, but it's because KBG has shown us that if they play to their strengths, if they play to their strengths and what they can do as a team, they can take down a behemoth like AHK, who were undefeatable. They did what no other team could do, and like you said, this is not a situation where AHK has been before. This is not a situation that they're used to being in. And I think this is definitely something that they will have to try to see a way out of, as we will be heading into a short break here with these smiles on our backs. And this is definitely a hype game, guys. Don't go anywhere. Get your snacks, get your hydrated, because I think we're gonna be here for a while, and we might even see a game 3. We'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere.
What does it mean to be happy? Cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on a show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did the song mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know, I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside.
moments it was easy just feeling alive. 2 a.m. wide awake, talking like we had the whole night. And I don't know if I said this right. No, I don't know how the days gone by. Missing little moments, it was easy just feeling alive. Every now and again, I trace my steps back to then. Oh, I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed. Searching for the moments I'm a little less empty inside. Few late nights 'cause nobody seems to make the time. And I don't know how to do this right. No, I don't know how the years gone by. Searching for the moments I'm a little less 25. Every now and again, I trace my steps back to then. Oh, I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 of AHK versus KB. Hope you got your drinks, hope you got hydrated, took your bathroom breaks, because I feel like we might be here for a long time, but a good time. Now, if you did miss last game, I urge you, after we're done here, to go back and watch the VOD. Because AHK took their first loss of the entire playoffs, of the entire regular season. It was handed to them by KBG, and that right there shows what KBG can do if they get their draft right, if they get their gameplay correctly. And I think KBG have a very good chance of taking the entire thing.
Yeah, we've seen what KBG are made of, and we saw glimpses of it in the first game. We mentioned, the early game in that first game was not too far from either team. Either team could have taken it, but KBG misstepping a couple of times, AHK stepping correctly a couple of times, and getting a couple of lucky steals, arguably, or just a couple of just well played steals, right? But AHK managing to take that first game after developing a lead, after a couple of mistakes from KBG, and alternatively, the same thing happening in the second game. KBG and HK rather even. KBG finding a lead, managing to hold on to it. So these two teams, it cannot be understated how similar they are, but we were talking about ban phase. Ari just got picked as B1. First time we've ever seen Ari as B1 here at this series, as well as first time we've seen this much priority on a mid lane pick. What do you have to say about this?
I definitely think it's interesting, and I think it's very interesting, at least for myself, to see how teams adapt. Because obviously, outside of the Orange first pick, we've seen both teams try different things for each game, especially the turnaround, the complete 180 that AHK did with their draft last game compared to the first game. That to me just shows the absolute flexibility and the willingness to change from both teams, as we do see, again, the flexibility. We see a Vex respond from the side of KBG. Vex, someone who neither team have picked yet, as we do see KBG follow up with the Lulu. But yeah, I think definitely Ari B1, and we did sort of talk about it after the game amongst each other. But so far, Blue side has been the victorious side. Blue side has won every game so far. So we're just gonna have to see if AHK can keep that up.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Vex not picked in any of the games so far, but we did see it banned in at least one of the games. If I'm misremembering, it might have been both. So maybe Zach getting on something a little bit more comfort, getting on a stronger pick for him. So very interesting to see the Vex being let through. Like you said, these teams developing throughout the series, opting to ban the Ornn, Aurelion Sol, Wukong instead of banning the Vex, and KBG claiming it in the first rotation. But another thing that we have seen similar, besides just the blue side winning every single game this series, we've seen Sejuani win every single game this series, and AHK have claimed it.
That's a good point as well. That's something I didn't think of. Sejuani obviously has been very powerful during the entire series. I think we've seen, especially Stereo when he was on it, we saw him make some very good plays with it. We could potentially see a Lulu Kog'Maw. Now, this is something Kog'Maw as a champion has seen some traction being picked up, and I think KBG might be stream sniping, as they did hear me immediately talk about the Kog'Maw and was like, no.
Yeah, they were
So-
like, oh no, not the cog.
We
Don't get him
will
talking
see
about that again. No.
Yeah, they heard me and they were like, maybe not, as we do see the Jinx lock in instead. I will admit, I much more prefer the Jinx over the Kog'Maw, so I do think that is a good move from the side of KBG, and it will be followed up by a Samira ban.
And Jinx is one of those champions that's so one-dimensional. Like, we were talking about easy to execute in the first game. We didn't talk about it as much in the second game, but when you're talking about a comp that's easy to execute, that's good for this level of play, Jinx is one of those, is just the glue for these types of team comps, and is able to pick up a random kill, scale throughout the team fight, get excited repeatedly, and just absolutely take over. And it's just so one-dimensional, so easy to play around, that these types of teams with just scrappy team fights that can go one way or the other, it can definitely flip the game on its head, and we've seen it in the past game. So we'll have to see if KBG can replicate that.
Definitely, and like you said, a very easy champion to execute. Like, all it really requires is good positioning, and we saw AD Vari do wonders with it last game. Especially after that first fight, and the fight around that Dragon Pit was when he got excited. He started chasing down the members of AHK, and Jinx is someone, he's one of those champions that's very much like Katarina, in a sense that once Jinx gets excited, once she gets one takedown, once she gets a reset, she's very hard to stop in a team fight. Especially if you pair her up with something like a Lulu, which gives you just that much more on-hit damage, it gives you that much more shielding, just that attack speed that you can give and the peeling you can give as the Lulu. As we have KBG trying to bait me with Shaco, they do opt in for the Trundle instead. I've learned from my lessons. I'm gonna wait until the last seconds before calling anything, and that is a very good pickup, I think, from the side of KBG. Obviously, a very good answer to the Sejuani. You can just ult the Sejuani and take all of those resistances away. But again, another champion from the side of KBG that we are yet to see in this series. So I'm very interested to see how KBG can execute this new style of draft.
Yeah, you're saying that in a series, in a 5-game series, these teams need to be able to adapt. They need to be able to evolve throughout the series. And the Malphite pick does end up coming out for AHK, which is another thing we haven't seen much of. But we've seen in the past that Malphite and Sejuani are two champions that are so dominant in this meta. When they start building resistances, they're just unkillable. So it's definitely interesting to see one of the more dated responses to these tank picks. One of the more, I would say, archaic answers as well in the Trundle, like probably about 3 or 4 patches ago, if not an entire season ago, the last time that we saw Trundle really take up the meta. So definitely interesting to see it picked into the Sejuani here. Really good for the Malphite as well, but Kalista is definitely a strange pick.
Drake, we have a Kalista lock-in. KBG do answer with the Mordekaiser, but man, this game is gonna be a banger. We have the Kalista, obviously. Kalista is someone who, especially I would say in the current meta, with the Samiras and the Jinxes being around, I think Kalista is someone you have to be good at. You have to know how to execute, and that takes practice, right? Now, On the side of AHK, I feel like outside of the Kalista, their comp is very easy to execute, I would say. You can just ult people with Malphite, you just point and click CC, same with Sejuani with her ultimate. If you can combo it with the Malphite, obviously when you're knocked up, there isn't much you can do if you see the Sejuani ult coming towards you. But this Kalista is definitely an interesting one, and I think it's something that we will need to be looking at. Also, this Malphite as well, I think, is a very good pick from the side of AHK, but I think the Mordekaiser is an even better response from KBG.
Yeah, Mordekaiser, one of those responses that is rather choreographed now for the series, isn't it? Just it worked last game. You picked it into the Ornn. You picked it into this beefy boy that just was nearly unkillable in the game before that. But because you played Mordekaiser, because you picked a lane bully champion, you were able to punish him out of the game, make him unable to farm, and put him in a position where he's no longer a beefy boy. He's just kind of a frail boy. You know, he's not super big anymore. So definitely a really good pick from the top side of from KBG here. But I would say that the Kalista on AHK is definitely interesting. When you're talking about team fights, you can look at the Malphite ult being an extremely strong engage tool. But when you really think about it, AHK have drafted 2 Malphite ults.
True, with the Kalista, I'm assuming you're referring to the Kalista ultimate here
Yeah.
as well. And I think that's a very good point to bring up as well. It's very easy to execute in a sense. And drafting, I think the thing is, when your comp, the easier your comp is to execute, the less you have to think about your own champions, the less you have to think about what you're specifically meant to do, and you can give more brain power over to thinking what you need to do as a team and how you need to play together as a team. And I think that's one of the things that once you pick champions and once you learn champions that are easier to play, you're thinking less of your champions, you're thinking more about what's happening in the game and how can we potentially respond to current threats of the team. And I think that's something that AHK so far have shown that they can do extremely well. They have shown that they can adapt to situations, whether they're losing or winning the game. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this Kalista plays out. And I think as well, on the side of KBG, it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to opt in to try potentially shut down this Kalista. Obviously, Trundle is very good against that champion because once you pillar someone, you slow down their movement speed, so Kalista doesn't get as many hops as she could potentially get. Obviously, you also have the little polymorph, which gives you easier access to the Kalista if you choose to do so. So I think it's gonna be interesting to see where this Trundle ends up going at the start of the game.
Yeah, definitely a matter of, in this series so far, it's just been look at the bot lane. If the bot lane is ahead, then that team will win. And that's how it's looked the entire series so far. It's been focus on the bot lane, gank the bot lane, get them ahead. If they get ahead, they can carry us in the game, and that's how we will play every single series and every single game. But we've seen that that carry can be on either team, so it's entirely up to this Kalista Thresh, up to this Jinx Lulu, up to Jackie George and Exploitative, and up to E. Curry and can't remember Lulu's name for some reason right now. But it is up to these 4 people in the bot lane to decide this game. And it's definitely interesting to see the Kalista come out when you have to execute it with such strong mechanical prowess. You can't make mistakes, especially against a champion like Vex, against Trundle. You have to be able to kite people out. And I would like to see AHK return to their roots with something a little bit more easy to choreograph with the Samira and just we are an entirely full-on run into them comp. And that's kind of what they've repeated here. But we'll have to see if the Kalista is something that they can execute.
Yeah, and I think execution is a big thing. Obviously, like you said, bot lane has really been the story of today. Both junglers have been heavily influencing that. But I also think on the flip side, you have Avatar. You had him on the Mordekaiser, who didn't realistically get any help from his jungler. Obviously, Mordekaiser into Ornn, not the hardest matchup for the Mordekaiser there. You just get to pound on Ornn for the entire game. Pretty much, there isn't realistically a point where Ornn should ever be able to contest you unless you make a mistake on the Mordekaiser, which we didn't see Avatar do. We saw Avatar on the Mordekaiser, we saw him dominate the laning phase, like you mentioned in the game itself, 60 CS up at one point on the Ornn. an entire item, and he was just a beast in the top lane. That was without the jungler's help. Now, if you can get your top laner to reliably do that and to reliably beat his laner, obviously top lane is a very matchup dependent lane, but in a matchup like that, if you can get him to reliably beat the enemy top laner, you open up the map so much more, because you don't need to go up to that top lane, sorry, as your jungler, which means you can spend more time around that bot lane, you can spend more time around mid, and that means that you can let your top laner be up there, you can let him build up that lead on his own. Now obviously this does mean that you do open up your self ganks to the enemy jungler. In that case it didn't really make a difference because of how ahead the Mordekaiser ended up being of the Ornn. That is a very scary Mordekaiser to gank, especially with him having the Death Realm available to take you to if you do try to v1 him and possibly having the outplay there, and them opting into the Jarvan as well. Not sure if they would have had the damage for it at the end of the day, but I definitely think that top lane is something that if you can shy away from it, if you can focus on the bot lane, especially with the meta that we are currently in, you're in a very good position. Very, very good position.
Yeah, and it definitely is worth noting that if Avatar is able to break away from that top lane with a lead like he had last game, it gets to a point where even if AHK are thriving, if they're doing well in the early stages of the game, doing well to maintain their leads or even develop leads that are strong, maybe get the first 2 dragons, if it gets to a point where at 14 minutes, at 15, 16, 17 minutes, Avatar is roaming down and he's just an absolute behemoth, an absolute monster, and AHK can't deal with him, he's able to realm anybody he wants. He can win that 1v1 if he's ahead, no matter what, and then he can move on to the rest of the team fight. And it just becomes such a problem that if AHK are bleeding too much out of the top side of the map, then post 15 minutes, they won't be able to play the game. So it's definitely on AHK and on Alec Manasa to be able to just play well towards the top side of the map, continue farming, don't let Avatar get his way, don't let him get super ahead like he did last game, and I think Malphite might be one of the champions that can make that happen. We'll just have to wait and see when we finally get into game.
Yeah, I definitely think that when we look at last game, in a sense, I think that Malphite this game is a better response to the Mordekaiser. I think he's much better at dealing with the Mordekaiser than Ornn is. Obviously has that unstoppable force, unstoppable slam to potentially knock up the Mordekaiser if he does get Death Realm, and with the Q movement speed that he does get, he can try kite the Mordekaiser much better than the Ornn potentially can. Now, obviously, this, like we said earlier, top lane is very matchup dependent. Top lane is very skill heavy, mechanic wise. So we will have to see how AHK and how their top laner does deal with it. Now, I do believe that KBG's top laner does have the advantage going in because he did do very well last game. But regardless, we are so far going into the game here as we do have a mastery emote thing coming out from the, AHK as AD carry is in trouble here, does get the cleanse out. And I'm sorry, I can't tell what's going on. They're blocking so much of my screen.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. It's the first time that we've seen AHK play together in the first stages of the game. We haven't seen either of these teams walk together like this, walk as 5, either for an invade or for just a counter invade. We've seen typically a 5 point from either side in this series so far. So definitely interesting to see that they've maybe recuperated a little bit, coming to this game with high spirits and moving as a team in the early stages.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's it's I think good to see from the side of AHK that despite losing the game before, they still have good spirits. They're still in it to have fun. They're in it to be friendly, and I think that's one of the better things about I think every team in the tournament, because I think every team has shown that they have the ability to just take it chill, at the end of the day it is a game. And you see even in all chat both teams having some friendly banter there. So it's just I wanted to highlight it because I think it's great to see that as a community of the LELC we're all friends here, even though we are against each other on the Rift. Outside of the Rift, we're still friendly with each other, and it's on the end of the day it's only a game.
Yeah, it is only a game, but it is a very important game for these gamers. 2 games so far played, 1 win for either side, and a really close series so far. It's a best of 5, so either team needs to win at least 2 more to advance. So definitely very interesting to see. Definitely.
Ooh, Zaknor in trouble. Pazor does end up going low here. Ignite does end up going down. That's gonna be Zaknor going lower and lower. Does end up try flashing away. That will be the fear coming out from Zaknor. Does end up getting the kill. And that's gonna be Pazor going down. Jave in a very good position here. Might get up getting Stereo as well. Double kill going down. That's gonna be a hook landing on Valkyrie here. Could be in trouble. Does get failed back. Jackie dealing down the damage. Ignite does end up going down. We have a pause. And that's gonna be a beautiful start to the game from KBG.
I mean, absolute disaster for AHK. Stereo looking for Zaknor, getting him extremely low, thinks that he's just going to die from either tick damage or from one more auto, but ends up canceling it, moving back to defend Painzor from the damage that he's taking from the Trundle. But Jave just ends up 2v1ing those two, gets 2 kills. Zaknor lives, is able to just walk out for free. Absolute disaster and catastrophe for the side of AHK. And just honestly unlucky. KB playing extremely well there, of course, but not necessarily deserving a 2-0 for their Trundle, but they'll end up getting it, and really well played from KB and really good for them to get this lead in the early game.
Yeah, and I think sometimes in League of Legends it is a game of luck. And sometimes one team does get luckier than the other. Obviously, Zaknor, I can almost guarantee you that his calculations were not to make it out of that fight with 1 HP. But that's what ended up happening. That's what ended up with Jave getting 2 kills, like you said earlier. And I think it was, regardless of it being lucky for Zaknor there, it still shows how good team play KBG can have if they really try. Because that was beautiful teamwork from them, focusing the same target. I'm sure I would love to hear the comms during that, because it must have been absolute havoc. And I think KBG could try look for the bot lane of AHK here, as they are a little bit pushed up and a little bit stuck here as Jave is on the bot side. But with the vision control of AHK, it's not going to be easy for Jave to go to the bot lane, so he will just opt out and go back to CSA.
And Dessa, I dare you to look at Trundle items and not smile. He is an entire 1,100 gold at least up on the enemy Sejuani. Stereo is so behind in comparison to Jave right now. It is just not even funny. Look at the gold right now. Literally 1,000 gold up on the Sejuani nearly, and it's only 4 minutes into the game. This is just insane. And Jave is extremely gonna be extremely happy with this acceleration, with this lead, and on a champion like Trundle into Sejuani into Malphite, you can't help but smile, honestly.
Ooh, I definitely agree with that, and I think Jave, it's gonna be interesting to see where he does end up taking this lead. I think with him getting both of those kills, it is better for him to get them than it is for Zaknor as the jungler. He can take that lead to other lanes, as we do see a dragon started up here for the side of KBG. And like you said, with Jave being this far ahead, he's a very scary ogre at this point, as Exploitive does go in there. He does have the hook on AD carry, good plans coming out of him. He is getting lower and lower here. Jinx could be in trouble, does end up getting the flash out, but Painzor is behind him. Exploitive getting lower and lower. Sejuani will be the first one to go down. KBG could be in trouble here. That's gonna be another kill coming down. Trundle does go, AD carry in trouble. That the hook does land. Jackie wants the blood. Jackie does end up getting it. Another hook landing. Exploitive is just screwing over AHK so hard right now with these hooks, and AHK do end up taking the fight, and they might get the Drake on top of it as well. They choose to opt out. Beautiful play from them.
What a crazy fight. I mean, beautifully played by AD Curry to be able to pick up that initial kill onto Stereo. He kites out Stereo beautifully, moves up towards the top side of the map, gets a little bit close to Painzor, realizes that he has to move back towards his own jungle, and just dodges every single skill shot in the early stages of the fight, taking down Stereo, and it's a 1-0 for KB. But on the back end of the fight, really well played from Exploitative, like you said, with those hooks, with that engage. And Jackie George also kiting extremely well. Very beautiful play from him, managing to pick up 3 whole kills off the back of that fight as well. Going to be so accelerated in this early game. And Calista is one of those champs where if she gets accelerated, if she's strong in her lane, she can just absolutely dominate it and take over. And AD Curry's going to be in a really rough spot moving forward in this game.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree. I think the only saving grace that you really have as the Jinx here is that if the Kalista doesn't get to hop her way to you, you do. Ooh, the Malphite getting a little bit low there. I was a little bit scared for him, but does end up going for a base here. Avatar does end up getting ulted here by the Malphite. Could this game lower and lower? That's gonna be a flash out coming out from Avatar. And this is a very spicy top lane so far, but as I was saying, it's very. I think the only saving grace for AD carry right now is him being able to outrange the Kalista. If Kalista doesn't get the hops on top of her, she does outrange her by quite a bit, being the Jinx. As we do see Dragon started up here for the side of AHK, and with KBG's jungler Jave actually being the top side of the enemy jungle, this Drake might just go down for free.
Yeah, it is going to end up being a free Drake for AHK. Going to be very happy to pick up an Infernal Soul for the Kalista, for the Ahri, and for the burst damage on both of their tanks, because honestly, in this season, in the past few seasons, tanks just do so much damage. They're also extremely happy to have Infernal Soul, Infernal Dragons. So taking that extra damage, extremely happy and good for the side of AHK. KB, going to be a little sad that they had to give it over, but their blunder in the early game, their slightly misplayed team fight, and just giving Kalista 2 kills, it put them in this position, so they weren't in a position to be able to contest it at all.
You saying tanks do a lot of damage gives me flashbacks to game 1 when I saw Orin auto people for like 600 HP or whatever it was. But yeah, I think I definitely agree. Tanks are definitely scary, especially in the season we are in now, as we do see KBG try to get something back here with the Rift Herald having that prio in the mid lane. They will end up getting it for free, and that will be very interesting, as we do have an engage here on the bot lane. Valkyrie stepping up a little bit too far here. Hook does end up landing. Valkyrie could be in trouble. Spears end up going into him. That's going to be an ignite going down, and the Ren does come out. Beautiful work by the Thresh there, by Exploitive, to find that angle. And AHK's bot lane playing very well at the moment.
Yeah, and Jackie doing so much damage that Valkyrie didn't even decide to burn the exhaust, probably just assumed that he was going to die anyways, didn't want to waste it. So the exhaust still up for Valkyrie, had to burn flash to be able to try and escape. But yeah, the Kalista ultimate, like I said, the little mini Malphite ult doing its work, doing its job in the lane, and just the early level 6 really showing how strong it can be for this team. And that's just a little bit of XP from the kill gold, I would assume, and just maybe being around in the lane a little bit longer because Jinx was dead. So really well played from AHK to be able to flex that level 6, that early level 6, and be able to get a kill off the back of it. Gonna be looking for the next dragon in about 3 minutes, I would assume. But right now, KB definitely not in commanding lead of this game, but remaining even, and gonna be looking to continue remaining even as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, and I think so far they have done a very good job to find the lead that they have, obviously. I mean, I say it's a lead, but they're only up by 200 gold, so it's not really that big of a lead. Obviously, AHK having that dragon as well, securing that first Drake, which does get their laners a bit more damage. What Jave is, I believe, still sitting on the Rift Herald, which should be secured plates if the teams do end up using it correctly. As we do see a little bit of positioning from the bot side of the map here. You see KBG going for that bot lane, and I feel like AHK's bot lane might be in trouble if KBG do choose to opt into this. But we do see Zac Nor just going back into the mid lane. They don't want to risk anything. Don't even end up popping the Rift Herald, I believe, to get that Jinx some of that extra gold. A Stereo is up in this top lane, could potentially look, but does end up opting out. And so far, both teams have just decided to relax for a bit. Never mind, as I say that, Jave is looking in the mid lane. Painzor does end up getting the dash out, and ganking an Ahri with ultimate isn't the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, but Trundle Pillar for Ahri ult is definitely a worth trade in my books and Blue Jays books as well, I would assume. So super happy to get that ult off of him, but Exploitative might be looking for something on AD Curry.
Ooh.
Yeah,
wide.
Hook goes just wide, not quite able to pick up and engage onto Curry, but really well played from AHK to be in this position where they can take these fights now. Kalista, definitely one of those champions that needs that early game lead if she's going to be contesting anything, and definitely got it. 3-0 in this lane. 300 gold shut down right now on her head. Jinx about 900 gold down, I would
Ooh,
assume.
Exploded finds the hook on Valkyrie here, could be in trouble, and again doesn't choose to burn the exhaust. The wild growth does come out, but that is a much shorter cooldown than the exhaust is. Explosive almost lands another one, and this Thresh is on fire at the moment.
Yeah, Exploitative absolutely popping off. Hasn't even had to burn his flash yet. Burned his ignite to make sure that Valkyrie couldn't heal up. And like you said, the exhaust didn't even end up coming out, just accepting the death that was brought upon him, the impending doom. And AHK will turn their sights towards Dragon Preparation as it is up in the next 25 seconds. Probably just going to get a reset in, buy stuff with their gold, and looks like it's going to be a shield bow, first item for Callista. Really strong item on her, and Jinx will probably be a pickaxe after this buy. This reset, I would assume, not nearly as much gold as the Callista.
They're actually gonna take the KBG. I saw him take the first tower shot and I was like, yeah, that's gonna happen. But I think
There's no
with
way he
his-
just died to turret, is there?
yeah. But I think, I mean, at the end of the day, with it being an execute, it's not really that relevant.
And Dragon was gone
Luckily,
anyways.
yeah, I don't think. I mean, I think if you are in the shoes of KBG, you are, since you did secure that Rift Herald, you do want to use it somewhere before the plates do fall. So I think you will take that trade of getting gold onto Avatar. Obviously, Avatar showing us in game 2 that he can carry if he does get the tools for it. Almost another hook landing on the Jinx there. Exploitive getting closer and closer with these hooks. It is a little bit scary if I was KBG's ADC because these are inches off. But I think if you are the side of KBG, you want as much gold on this Mordekaiser as you can. He has shown us that he can carry if on this champion. So that is a trade I think that Jave is willing to take any day of the week.
Yeah, and after the second dragon, we're looking at about 4 minutes on the next dragon, which makes it at around 18 minutes. Which, as Unleashed Teleports have just come out, oh, fight in the mid lane.
Ooh, Zakmor could be in trouble here. I did not expect that much damage to come out of Painzor. He does end up finding the Ignite, does end up finding the kill, gets one charge of his dash back. We'll see how he uses it. Does end up using it to try get away from Jave, but this Trundle is hungry. This troll is trying to fight you. Stereo could be in trouble. Death Realm does come out here, and that will be Painzor trying to live, does end up getting bitten. Unfortunately, that will be a fatal bite coming out of the troll as Stereo tries to find his way out, but with that pull will end up going down. And again, beautiful teamwork from the side of KBG. Now they could look to chase Alice here as he does not have a tower to fall back to. But very good of KBG to show restraint there and just go for the objective instead.
Yeah, really well done from KB to be able to pick up 2 kills there in what looked like a terrible situation for Zaknor, but the jungler coming to his aid, Avatar coming in with the Unleashed Teleport, as I was just mentioning that it just happened, it had just turned 14 minutes, so honestly the worst possible window for AHK to try and make that play, but oh well, they end up losing 2, but Callista's looking for something in the bot side.
Valkyrie is back at it again as Jackie's getting kind of low here, but with the hook going on Valkyrie, I don't see him living out of this situation again. And I know it wouldn't really change anything, but I just want to point out that Valkyrie has died 3 times now in a row, and he's had exhaust up all 3 times.
Yeah, maybe just the selfless support syndrome, not trying to use it for himself, trying to use it for the Jinx if she ends up getting engaged upon. A little bit sad. It is hard to see that the summoner could have been used and back off of cooldown a couple of times now, but yeah, Valkyrie opting to electing to not use it, just maybe trying to save it for his ADC in case he ever needs it, and it is the selfless support syndrome. He probably just doesn't think that it's worth it on himself. And he's probably not worth as much gold now to the Callista, but 5-0 is definitely a scary number.
Ooh, Painzor looking for Zaknor here as the Glacial Prism does come out on Valkyrie, and Valkyrie's gonna be dead again. That's gonna be him going down once more. I think he might have just walked out of Fountain. Not entirely sure, but very well played from the side of AHK. And we will see some trading in the top lane as well. But I think we do have a pause here. But I think if you are either of these top laners, it's gonna be very difficult for you to kill each other. Even in the Death Realm, I do believe that Alice can just kite out Avatar. And I think that's just time that Avatar would rather spend CSing and would rather spend getting secured gold than chasing down one big rock.
Yeah, chasing down the rock isn't going to be a fruitful experience, but they're back into the game, and looks like AHK are going to try and claim the mid turret for their prize after taking down Valkyrie in the mid lane. 2v3 is definitely a fight that they will win. They also have the Sejuani nearby in case they need it, so looks like it'll end up being a mid turret taken in a couple seconds. Just a slight visual glitch. Thank you, Riot Games, small indie company. But Dragon up in about a minute 50 will be about yeah, there we go. We're back into the game. Looks like mid turret is gonna go down, like I said, but Vex actually looking for
He
something.
finds the AD carry. Jackie George does get his shield pop up here, getting lower and lower. Ignite does come down. Good kite from him so far. Jave tries to find him, does end up getting the shot down on the Kalista. Hook going down a bit wide there. Explosive, unfortunately not hitting, and that won't matter at the end of the day as they do take down the troll. But that is a lot more gold on the Trundle there.
Yeah, a lot of gold onto the Trundle, but I do think that's about 600 gold for the side of AHK, as 2 kills did end up going over. So not quite sure if it's worth it. It might have been worth it if the Jinx ultimate did end up landing onto Jackie George, but 2 for 1, Dragon up in a minute. Everybody will be up for the objective. We'll have to see whether KB opt to give this one over or opt to fight for the Mountain Soul.
Yeah, and I think if we get long enough in this game, if you can secure quadruple Mountain Drake, if you can get Mountain Soul as KBG, at that point you're pretty much unkillable. You've got so much resistances on all of your members, especially on the Trundle if you do end up ulting the Sejuani, if you do end up ulting the Malphite, that I don't see how you die. Now we do see KBG heavily prioritize this bot lane at the moment, the bot side of the map. As this dragon is spawning, like you mentioned earlier, both teams are looking to secure this now. Even with KBG getting priority in the river at the moment, ooh, they are setting up a death push here. Stereo could be in trouble. He does end up getting caught out, dash over the wall. Death Realm does come out on the Sejuani. On the bot side, we have a hook landing on Jave. Unfortunately, no one there to follow that up. That will be a Vex ulti landing on a Stereo. That is not the ideal target you want. Painzor's ultimate will be forced out here, and that will be Exploitive looking for the hook. You can see him step up there. Both teams want this Drake. Keep an eye on this Malphite ult. Keep an eye on this Unstoppable Force. It's gonna be big here. Avatar, no Death Realm available. No Vex ult available. There, a lot of the big cooldowns are down as they are looking for this Drake. It does get started off by AHK here. Keep an eye on this Malphite. He's gonna be pivotal here. They do try to get some poke damage here on Alec here, try to deny the engage. That's gonna be a huge Malphite ulti going on both of the carries on the side of KBG. That will be a lot of damage. AD carry does end up living though. That Lulu provides a lot of shielding, a lot of health. Jave could be big here. The Kalista ulti does come out, does land on 2 members, but Jave does end up going down eventually. Does end up getting Kalista. Will that be enough? AD carry very low there. Beautiful play by Painzor. Does end up sniping out the Jinx, and that's exactly what you need for your mid laner. Now, Stereo in trouble. Jave getting lower and lower. We'll see which team ends up securing this Drake. Both teams very low here. Look at Jave's HP. Not a lot to work with here. Does try end up securing health from the Drake. Beautiful play by Jave there. And beautiful play by Zaknor, getting that flashing, getting that fear on Painzor. Now, Stereo has been known to steal this before. He has flash, he has smite. He could try to go for this.
He has a higher
does try to
smite.
go for it. He does end up getting it. Will be the Vex that takes it. That'll be a Mountain Soul secure. Could be dying here as well as Stereo is getting lower and lower. Leandris does end up burning him, does not end up going down, and that will be Dragon secured for KBG.
What a crazy team fight. I mean, Jave surviving on 2 HP, Valkyrie surviving on 2 HP, Zaknor, no mana, trying his best that he possibly can in this team fight, but Painzor, an absolute menace in the backline. AD Curry just getting hit by everything. Thresh ult, Kalista ult with Thresh almost landing on him, then just stopwatch so he can't get excited. Painzor jumping into the backline, causing havoc. Alec landing the Malphite ult onto the Jinx and everybody else in the team fight. So well played from AHK, but KB doing extremely well to survive on the back end of that fight, looking for what they can. And Valkyrie might end up getting caught.
Yep, and Valkyrie could be in trouble, but I think Alice might be the one in trouble here as the Unstoppable Force does come out and will be used to go out instead of going back in, as we do have a Baron started up here from the side of KBG, obviously with Jackie and Exploitive being both on the bot side, this is a angle that KBG could look at. They are currently making their way to the top side. We will see if KBG has the damage for this. Obviously, Alice could try stall this. He doesn't have the unstoppable force available, but could try walk in there, try cause some disruption. Stereo is here. Baron getting lower and lower.
Zaknor's in
Baron
the
now
way, they could just finish and
1.5k.
leave.
Baron now 1k. They do finish up the Baron. That will be Zaknor. Looked down by Painzor. That will be the Ari going down. Getting lower and lower. Vex does end up being the first one to fall. Alice being lower and lower. Avatar here. You can look at his HP. He doesn't have much to work with here. Painzor uses his final dash there. Now this is a 4v5, but this is a dangerous 4v5 because any members can still die. Any members can get one shot. This Jinx does still hurt. This Mordekaiser does still hurt. AHK are looking for more. Jave could be in trouble here. You cannot slow the Sejuani in that passive, but they will not find any more, and that will be KBG walking away with the Baron, and they will trade it for a mid-top tier 1, but I think if you're KBG, you're gonna take that trade.
Yeah, really good from KBG to be able to secure that Baron. A little scary, I would say, for them to re-engage with Zaknor to try and maybe get something off the back of that because of the Jinx Excited and just try and win the 5v5 straight up. But after such a dicey 5v5 before that, I would say that that was a little bit of a scary decision to make. Either way, they end up opting for the fight, lose one player, but that's definitely a sacrifice that you're willing to make for the Baron. So much XP, so much gold, and able to take turrets off the back of that, as you can see right now. AD Curry just absolutely massacring this mid turret, ends up taking it down, gonna push the wave, and a lot of pressure given because of the Baron. So KB definitely extremely happy with the game state right now, but a little bit overzealous, I would say.
I think I definitely agree. It got really scary for a moment, especially because Stereo is known. We've seen it for the past few games. Stereo is known to steal away these objectives. He is known to take them away when you think that you've secured them. When you think that he's not there, he will just show up and yoink it from your grasp. So definitely a little bit frightening if you are KBG. Definitely a little bit of a risk there that they took, but it does end up paying off. They do end up getting a mid tower for their troubles with the Baron buff. Now this dragon is spawning in 130 very soon for that as well, which is why you see both teams being on the bot side of the map at the moment. You see them both setting up for that. And I think the main thing is just Alice trying to look for good ults. They are looking for the Vex here, excuse me, the Kalista here. But he does end up getting lanterned out. That will be Jay getting hooked there. That will be the Kalista ulti coming out. Huge knockup. 4 people, but they don't have the damage for it. They currently have a TP coming in. That's going to be Alice. Huge knockup from him as well. That's going to be KBG health, but getting lower. But where is the damage from AHK? It's not here. Painzor is still in base. A little bit late for that. Mounted Drake spawning in 1 minute. Now, this is a lot of big cooldowns from the side of AHK. You have the Malphite ult used, the Sejuani ult used. Only one with an ultimate is Ari so far, so we will have to see how they end up going for the Drake here.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting team fight considering that they burned so much. They burned so much of their load in the mid side of the map. I assume hoping to get a couple picks, maybe earn themselves the dragon because of the death timers. But yeah, we have a death bush. Looks like Valkyrie might be the target. Oh, if it's AD Curry, it could be even worse.
Oh no, Valkyrie does end up walking in here and he will just get completely one-shot. That will be the hook landing out on AD Carry there. He will get down as well. That will be Vex ult landing, but that's not a Vex ult you want to necessarily travel to. Avatar will be getting lower here. He might choose the death realm to get out. He does end up using it. Who is on? It's on the Kalista. That's not a fight you're gonna win, unfortunately, with the Kalista being able to fight that. Jave looking for something that's gonna be exploited, getting lower and lower, but it's the Thresh. He's not the damage healer. He's not the one you want to be focusing. And that will be 3 members of KBG going down, and AHK will be securing their 3rd Drake.
I mean, it's just one disaster after another for the side of KBG. They walk in, they think that they're safe because their teammates are on the bottom side of their own jungle, but lying in wait in the top side of their jungle. It's literally every single member of AHK. They managed to take down the ADC, they managed to take down Valkyrie. A Jinx ult off the back of that does end up taking down Exploitative. A little bit of revenge for the side of KBG, but yeah, definitely a little bit of a rough situation that just disaster after another. They end up losing their jungler as well off the back of that, and KBG starting to fall out of this game a little bit. 1k gold behind now. AHK on Dragon Soul Point. Definitely a scary position to be in, but it is still an entire series, so these teams are still learning to play against each other. We're going to see if they manage to adapt and deal with their current situation, or whether AHK end up taking their second game in the series.
I want whatever AD carry has on that Jinx, on that Rocket, because to me it looks like he's installed a sniper scope on that thing. This guy has sniped so many people across the map, especially in last game we saw him land a few, that it's just crazy what he can do, the awareness he has to just keep up with people's positions like that. But like you said, so far it's been a very even game, as we do see the Thresh being caught out here, but the Kalista ultimate comes out, and that's the thing with the Avatar being caught out here. He does end up popping the shield, but will that be enough? Death Realm does end up going down a Thresh that might keep him alive, does end up running away to the security of his team, and that will be Ali going in huge Malphite ultimate, popping up 2 people. Will that be enough for KBG to take him? That lower and lower here. That's gonna be AHK going down,
got a reset.
absolutely getting demolished here. Vex jumping in there a little bit too much from him. That's gonna be AHK going down 1 by 1 here. KBG looking for more Phaser, 2 more ulti dashes, and the Baron will be spawning. And this is I think this is the worst time you could die as AHK.
Yeah, Pains are looking for something though.
Oh, and he will just end up trading 1 for 1 there, but I think that doesn't really change, but at the end of the day, the Baron will still go to the side of KBG.
Yeah, that's the second Baron over to the side of KBG. AHK securing the dragons, but not able to secure the big worm. That's the second time for the side of KBG. So a lot of XP and a lot of gold being infused into their team. Jinx just playing that team fight beautifully, ends up using the stopwatch to dodge the Malphite ult. Afterwards, gets a reset onto the Malphite as the first kill, and is able to scale, like we said earlier in the draft, into the team fight, able to play it just after getting excited, able to pump out so much damage. And the front line of Jave, the front line of Avatar, you can't really get through them quick enough. So with the enablement of Valkyrie on the Lulu, Jinx doing so much damage, and really well played from KBG to be able to get something off the back of that, copying their opponent's strats of sitting in a death bush and then roaming over towards Avatar as he survives the death roam. Really well played from them overall, and looks like they're actually clawing their way back into this game. 3K ahead now.
Definitely, like you said, well played from the side of KBG. That will be an ultimate going down. Valkyrie could be in trouble here. Does end up getting the flash out. No connect on the charm. That will be 2 big ultimates coming out of AHK. We have the Ari ultimate and the Sejuani ultimate being down. Now, there is no big objectives coming up anytime soon. We will have a dragon in the next 130, but at that time, those ultimates will be back up. Now, KBG in a little bit out of position here. AHK do use this angle to take a mid-tier to Jave, potentially looking here. That will be the Malphite going in on Jave, but does not end up going too deep here. That's not the target you necessarily want to engage on if you are the Malphite. We'll just take the Lantern out, and that will be both teams relaxing for now. And I think neither team doesn't want to misstep here, especially before that Drake spawning. But definitely keep your eyes on this Jinx.
Yeah, and it ends up just being a trade of tier 2 turrets, right? The tier 2 turret does end up falling to Avatar in the top side, while the tier 2 goes down for AHK in the middle of the map. But KB now looking to bear down on the inhibitor turret in the top side, as well as this tier 2 turret in the middle. But Valkyrie face checking once again. This is such a dangerous spot for the Lulu, and Valkyrie just keeps not caring at whatsoever and just sending it.
That's definitely one word you could use, and I definitely agree. I think Valkyrie has been very, very courageous this game in checking these bushes, very brave, and he hasn't gotten out of it for the most part with the 7 deaths, but this game he does. Not this game, this time he does, unfortunately. And that will be dragon spawning soon, 7 seconds on that. Now KBG will try to secure this one. AHK are looking to contest this potentially. Now keep in mind, all ultimates are up from both teams. There's no cleanse up on the Jinx. That will be a TP coming out from the Malphite. Alec does have the flash available, does have the unstoppable force if they do want to look for it. Now Dragon does reset here. Neither team really want to start it up. That's going to be a Vex ultimate. Unfortunately going wide there. Does not end up hitting. That will be the unstoppable force coming out from the Malphite. But that's not where you want to be. Lantern does come out there. Avatar is in the backline. Avatar is on Jinx. Is on the Kalista. That will be Jinx going now. That's a huge kill from the side of KBG. KBG without AD carry, can they do this? This Kalista is so strong right now. Huge Vex fear on multiple members of the team of AHK. This Kalista getting lower and lower, he's the target. But this Kalista just does not have the damage so far at least. Now, AHK getting lower and lower, that will be another kill going to the side of KBG. 2 members, jungler and AD carry. So far falling for the side of KBG, AHK, sorry. Now this will be the Lulu going down as well. Very well played from Painzor so far. Now Jackie could be in trouble here. Does look for something that will be the fear coming out of him. A bit overzealous from him. That will be him going down as well as Agnor. Doing a lot of damage to this team fight. And I think this might just need to be AHK running for the hills here. As Painzor is out of mana and Alice is out of health. That will be another Jinx rocket. Unfortunately this one won't connect. Zaknor could find him here in the bush. The plant is up. But Alice will be going down here, and that might be a potential Drake secure for the side of KBG.
Yeah, I mean, when it's all said and done, 4 for 3. AHK end up dropping 4. KBG end up taking 3. Or, sorry, dropping 3 and taking 4. So, really well played from KBG to be able to play such an extended fight. AD Curry getting caught out just slightly. Has to dodge the Malphite ult, but there's so many things to dodge. Ari coming in from the opposite side of the fight. Really well played from Painzor to be able to find the charm behind AD Curry while he's targeting down the Malphite. But looks like Stereo's going to try and steal it again.
Oh, the Death Realm does come out. Beautiful play from Avatar. They're denying the steal from him. Now, will Stereo be able to get the Lantern out? It unfortunately does disappear, and he will go down. But I think trying to go for that is definitely worth it. Now, we do see the Baron being spam pinged here. Will be up in a minute. Stereo will be up by that time, but this is definitely gonna give vision control over to KBG.
KBG's 4k gold ahead now. The game has been so back and forth. They're 2 Mountain Dragons now. We were talking about how important and pivotal 4 Mountain Dragons would be. A 4 Mountain Dragon Soul would just be so insane for the side of KBG. And it looks like we might be in a position where they could get that far. This game is going the distance. It's 32 minutes. This is probably one of the later games that we've seen tonight, and it just goes to show that KBG and AHK are starting to get accustomed to each other. They're starting to get more used to the way these two teams are playing, and it's getting more and more competitive every minute that this game goes on and every minute that this series has gone on.
Yeah, I definitely think you can tell, especially with the player behavior that we've had, that these teams are starting to play around each other's weaknesses, starting to play around each other's strengths. And I think that's, at least to me, what makes series like Best of Fives interesting for the most part, is seeing how teams adapt, seeing how teams evolve against each other. Now, obviously, like you mentioned, these teams, we are already 3 games in, so KBG could be potentially securing that 4 Mountain Drake, as Jave could be in trouble here. The book does end up landing. He could just get one shot here, but that's a lot of HP he's getting back here. AHK could be in trouble. Jinx is still alive. That's gonna get AD carry excited and keep an eye on this Jinx. A lot of damage coming out here. Death Realm does end up coming out. That's gonna be the Ari going down to the Vex. Another Vex ultimate hitting. That's gonna be a triple kill for him. Kalista ends up going down as well. He will not take that one, as Alice is... Oh, never mind. He will take that one, but unfortunately will not be killing the Malphite, as this is not a situation you want to be in, as the Vex does pop the Zonius to buy him some little bit of time. Does end up getting the plant, blowing away his opponents, making him safe. And if you're AHK, what do you do?
Yeah, Zaknar trying to get the reset to stop for Alec. It is 34
What am
minutes
I
in, so that means
watching?
death timers are just long enough that if you cancel the
Can they
Malphite's
end?
back, yeah, it's an end angle. 4 people on the side of KBG all alive. AHK can't do anything. It's over. KBG end up taking the 3rd game of this series, and they go 2-1 up over AHK, undefeated in the regular season.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit speechless. I did not think they could have ended the game there. That all happened very fast, and that was very well played from the side of KBG. I think that AHK definitely had a little bit of a lead in the early game, but KBG did a fantastic crawlback, and this Jinx is so huge right now. That Jinx was big throughout the entire game, and I think for the main part, it was just KBG's teamwork, KBG's team play, and the bot lane of KBG coming out huge there. The Jinx pumping out so much damage later into that game, and that was beautiful from the side of KBG, and that will mean for the series, they are up by 2-1. Now, if they do take the next game, that will be the series over, I do believe, as it is a best of 5.
Yeah, really close to the end of this series here, getting down to the wire. Next game could literally mean everything for both of these teams. And I think something that flew under the radar a little bit, Zachnoor really popping off. You can see it in the damage charts, but he was 33k damage, the most damage in the game. And on one of his more comfortable champions, he really did pop off in these team fights. Even in the last team fight, picking up a kill off of Callista, on Callista, picking up a kill onto Painzor. That means no damage for the side of AHK, and just really well played from Zachnoor in this game as well. But yeah, I think Jinx, I think Vex, I think Mordekaiser, I think all of these champions for the side of KBG are things to think about for the side of AHK, and we're gonna have to see in the next game whether they can adapt in the series and decide which ones they don't want to have to play against in the next series or next game.
Yeah, and I think the word you used, I think, perfectly describes this entire series, evolvation, right? How both of the teams have evolved, how we've seen champions change, how we've seen comps, bans, all of these things have evolved as the series has gone on. And I'm very excited to see what both teams will bring out for potentially the last game of the series. Obviously, AHK still have a very good chance of bringing this back, very good chance at taking it home for themselves, very good chance at making the game 5. But remember, guys, don't go anywhere, stay hydrated, get your snacks, because we might be here for a long one. Don't go back, don't go anywhere.
What does it mean to be happy? Cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on a show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did this all mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside. To drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did this all mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me.
just feeling alive. 2 a.m. wide awake, talking like we had the whole night. And I don't know if I said this right. No, I don't know how the days gone by. Missing little moments, it was easiest feeling alive. Every now and again, I trace my steps back to then. Oh, I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed. Searching for the moments I'm a little less empty inside. Fewer late nights 'cause nobody seems to make the time. And I don't know how to do this right. No, I don't know how the years gone by. Searching for the moments I'm a little less 25. Every now and again, I trace my steps back to then. Oh, I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed. It's all that I needed. I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed. To move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed. How the years go by, searching for the moments I'm a little less 25, a little less 25, a little less, searching for the moments I'm a little less 20, a little less 25.
All you left me was the radio, and it goes like ooh, yeah, yeah. And it goes like ooh, yeah, yeah. When I press play, all I hear is you. And it goes like ooh, yeah, yeah. When I press play, all I hear is you. Oh, every single song tells me we're through. Yeah, but I can't turn it off 'cause it's the truth. Yeah, it's the truth. And it goes like all you left me was the radio, and it goes like ooh, yeah, yeah. And it goes like ooh, yeah, yeah. When I press play, all I hear is you. And it goes like ooh, yeah, yeah. When I press play, all I hear is you. Oh, every single song tells me we're through. Yeah, but I can't turn it off 'cause it's the truth. Yeah, it's the truth. And it goes like
I press play, all I hear is you. Oh, every single song tells me we're through. Yeah, but I can't turn it off 'cause it's the truth. And it goes like, yeah. Play, all I hear is you. Oh. Press play, all I hear is you. Oh, every single song tells me we're through. Yeah, but I can't turn it off 'cause it's the truth. Yeah, it's the truth. And it goes like, I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause I love tonight. It's electric. I get lost in your eyes every time, there's no turning back. Swear I ain't got a chance. Had me caught up in you since the night on the terrace, yeah. You had me falling fast. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause I love tonight. It's
Welcome back, guys, to the third game. Yes, apologies. The third game of
Fourth game.
Fourth game. Sorry. AHK versus KBG. Obviously, last game we did see KBG take it, which does mean that KBG being up 2-on-1 now. If they do take this game, that will mean the end of the series, and that will mean that KBG move on to the grand finals, facing against BMR. Now, we have gotten into the draft here already. We did see AHK ban out Aesol, Wukong, Mordekaiser. They did want to take out the Mordekaiser, don't want to deal with that one anymore. And on the KGB side, we saw Zaya, Kaisa, Momo. And we do see Vex Ari matchup once again, just like we did in the last game.
Very interesting though, because AHK weren't the ones to play the Vex last game. Last game it was Zaknor. I assumed it was more of a comfort champ, but it might just be a little bit of a meta that's going on in this series. But it looks like the Vex was taken away. Like I said, most damage in that game, so quite a bit of damage taken away from the side of KBG. But Zaknor has shown that he likes the Ari as well, so just Ari Vex trade like you said. And then the Jinx coming out for KBG again, it did seem like a high priority pick. I'm surprised that it wasn't banned, but maybe these other champs are just too much of a problem for AHK. So KBG and AHK both said that they'd be cooking, so we're gonna have to see what comes out of the kitchen. And it looks like it's a Zac for the side of AHK.
Yeah, I definitely think that the oven is definitely on. It's cranked max, which at this point, when you're in this dire of a situation, if you are AHK, I think you need to have that oven as high as you can, and you need to be ready for whatever does come out. Now, AHK do choose to opt in for the Zac this time in the Twitch. Okay, so what I think AHK's plan here is to just play, I would assume, off vision with the Twitch with the Zac. Obviously, these are both champions that can engage. Zac at least and Vex can engage from very far away, while Twitch can just go invisible and be right there, but you won't know it because he's Twitch. Now, with the rat that he is, I feel like this is, so far at least, an interesting draft from AHK. Definitely something that we haven't seen before. Obviously, last game we did see the Vex, but like you mentioned, Drake, it was flipped around last game, so it wasn't AHK who had the Vex. So I will be interested to see what they do with it, but so far it's a very interesting draft, at least from the side of AHK.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the Trundle coming out again as well, but I guess it's not surprising that KBG are kind of sticking to their guns, sticking to what worked, and Trundle Jinx definitely worked for them in the past, Ari as well in game 2, I believe. So a couple of champions that we have seen frequently in this series, but maybe not in the meta. But Trundle just coming out preemptively, assuming that maybe there's going to be something more tanky in the top side. It has been what Alec has leaned more towards in the most recent games, so Trundle would be a good pick into something like the Orange, something like the Malphite, which does mean that they don't have to ban it on the side of KBG, but we'll have to see what AHK and KBG end up banning later on. Looks like the Thresh was kind of an issue for the side of KBG, so AD Curry opting to ban that away, get it away from Valkyrie, make sure that Valkyrie doesn't have as hard of a time, and the Olaf coming out for AHK as a ban as well. A very strong pick and something that can run over the game. So definitely something that we could see on Avatar, considering that he ran over the game on the Mordekaiser. So banning the Olaf definitely does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, like you said, Olaf definitely something that can run over the game, and definitely something that has run over the solo queue games of mine with the PTSD I have on him. We do see KBG with the double support ban, actually. Interestingly, Thresh and Renata being taken away. Like you mentioned earlier, AHK taking away the Olaf now. Like you mentioned, on KBG side, locking in Trundle early does persuade AHK potentially away from a lot of the staple tank options that we have seen. Things like the Orange, things like the Malphite we saw last game. Obviously, Malphite, a very situational champion. I wouldn't be surprised to see this Lulu locked in. It's something that KBG has run for 3 games in a row now, this exact same bot lane, and they won with it. So why two games, not 3 games, sorry. So why fix something that ain't broken, you know? So just lock in the same thing, lock in what you're comfortable playing. And remember, AHK are the ones that need to win this game as they respond with a Blitzcrank. Now that is spicy.
Yeah, backs against the wall. They are stuck in a little bit of a sticky situation in this second part of the draft. I would say that Lulu, probably one of Twitch's better lane partners, does end up getting picked up because Red Side has the first pick after second ban phase, and KBG opting not to ban it. AHK, I assume, opting not to ban it because they might have wanted to pick it up, but does end up going towards the side of KBG. And backs against the wall, locks in the Blitzcrank, locks in the Shen. Another really explosive and strong pick, I would say, in the meta right now. Very interesting to see. I don't think the Teemo hover is real. That's probably fake. Probably gonna be something else. But Shen definitely something that I think could work for HK and the way that they've been playing, and just the selflessness that Alec has displayed. He obviously doesn't win his lane super hard when he's playing these tank champions, and Shen is something that can impact the map globally. But Ornn will also be coming out for the side of KBG, so we just have a little bit of a Heartsteel fistfight in the top side.
KBG almost got me with the Teemo hover. I was like, there's 2 seconds left. What are they gonna pull out? But we will not see the Teemo for today. I think that is a smart decision from them, because I don't see the Teemo being that great into AHK's comp. Very squishy champion. Even if you do choose to go with the Riftmaker build, that is more common nowadays still. a champion that's not really seen in 5v5 play. Now, a champion that is seen in 5v5 play is Ornn, which they did choose to lock in over the Teemo, a very good pick on their side. Now, the way KBG have drafted here, they have very strong teamfight potential. With the Ornn, with the Trundle, obviously Jinx and Lulu have that solid, good backline damage. So if you can tank with the Ornn, if you can tank with the Trundle, maybe take away those Zax resistances, those Shen resistances, make them just that much more squishy. As the Trundle, it gives your Jinx a lot easier of a time to deal with that and to deal with the tanks she's gonna have to hit. Now, I do believe both of these comps are somewhat front and back. I believe KBG's comp is much more front to back than AHK's is. Obviously, Zac has a lot of engage range, so it is something that KBG will have to keep in mind. Same with the Blitzcrank and the Shen. Blitzcrank hooks, if they do hit, can be very detrimental to your progress if you are KBG. And obviously, Zac Shen pairing is very, very good. You can Shen ult the Zac out of Fog of War, and then the second the Zac lands, the Shen is suddenly on your face, then you have a Blitzcrank on your face, and suddenly you have 3 tanks just wailing on you. But I think that's why KB, if you're a KBG, that is why you have the Lulu, right? Because the Lulu can, like we've already seen in the past 2 games, Lulu can help a lot with that. Lulu can keep alive the Jinx, even if he is being wailed on by 3 tanks. So I think this is, for the most part, gonna come down to execution, and I will be very interested to see how AHK are gonna use the global pressure that the Shen provides to their advantage.
Yeah, and I think similarly to the Zac with Fog of War and playing with the Shen ultimate, I think it's also important to note that you can also you can also deliver the Shen as an invisible Shen. If you have Twitch with Shen ult on him, Shen ult does not show Twitch, it means that he's still invisible, and until Shen actually comes in from his ultimate, you won't see Shen either, so Twitch can just pop up on the Jinx from nearly melee range, not within vision. Shen pops off of the Twitch literally instantly and gets a dash onto Jinx. She can die instantly. It's definitely something that could be played around. We'll have to see if AHK decide to use it. Similarly, Vex can ult off the side of the screen, and Shen can ult onto the Vex and get onto the backline. So definitely, like you said, a lot of facets into these team fights. Jinx is going to have to play extremely safe if she wants to be able to survive, and Ari a little bit safer just because of the fact that she has the dashes. But I think that what's really important to note in this game, and that's very different from the most recent 2 games that we watched, we saw a Kalista out of Jackie George in the most recent game, and the game before that we saw a Vayne. Now, Vayne is one of those more scaly champions, definitely stronger towards the later stages of the game, but maybe not enough impact in the early stages. But it was an extremely close game, considering Jinx was super ahead, Vayne was super ahead, and those 2 had to go head to head, but Vayne just doesn't have as much range, so we all saw how that played out. KBG ended up winning. But alternatively, Kalista, similar story, not enough range, doesn't do as well into the later stages of the game, but got fed early. I think that's something to look out for, and something that's very interesting in this game is that AHK ended up opting for the Twitch, something that actually does outrange the Jinx if he has his ultimate up, does extremely well into the later stages of the game. If he gets ahead, he absolutely takes over. So I think it's really important to watch Jackie George in this game. If he ends up getting ahead like he has in the most recent games, it won't be similar to the most recent games. He will absolutely take over just because of the way that Twitch ends up playing, especially with the Shen ultimate on him, especially with a lot of beefy boys to CC the enemy team around him. It'll definitely be the place to watch out for in this coming game.
I definitely agree. I think keep your eyes on this Twitch right now, because like you said, the Shen has a lot of ways to enter these fights. And on the flip side, I think KBG AD Vary on this Jinx needs to, I think this might be the most dangerous game he's had, because there is a lot, and I mean a lot of ways for AHK to get on top of you. So I think keep your eyes on these both AD carries, keep your eyes on this Twitch to see if he can find himself an early lead. Keep your eyes on this Jinx to see if he can outmaneuver all that engage on AHK's side. If he can outmaneuver the Vex, the Zac, obviously Blitzcrank as well, just throwing another monkey wrench into the situation with the potential hook. Obviously, even the potential of a hook can stress you out even if you are playing AD carry in a sense. So I think that's something that we do need to look out for. Like you mentioned, I think mid lane might be the most boring lane, just because like you said, Ari does have a lot of dashes, does have a lot of ways to get away. So if you can hit the Ari while that is on the cooldown, because the cooldown is quite long, at least in the early game. So if you can abuse that window with her flash being down, obviously Zac, a very good ganker in the early game, a very good pressure in the early game once you get a few points into that E, once you get some level up. So I would like to see AHK play this game more aggressively than they have for the past few games. Obviously, game 1 they played very aggressively, and that's the game they ended up taking. So I would like to see them maybe return to their roots a little bit, maybe play it like they did play the first game, and see if that works for them, and see if that can take KBG by surprise, and see if that can take them to it the next game, and see if that can potentially take them eventually to a game number 5.
Yeah, like you just touched on, AHK, backs against the wall. They need to win this or their entire season is over. And that's something incredibly just surprising to be able, that I'm saying right now. Like, AHK has not lost an entire game this entire season. This entire season, they have not lost a game, including in series games. So they had a best of 3 previously to this, previously in the playoffs, and they won both games. They did not drop a single game in that series. So not only do they have unbeaten, or sorry, they haven't lost a single series game, they haven't lost a single series, they haven't lost a single game, and now they're 2 losses down, backs to the wall, and if they lose this, they lose everything that they've built this entire season. It's all or nothing. This game means everything to both teams. If KBG end up winning, they move on, they get to finals, and their finals hopes are alive. But AHK's finals hopes can literally end this game. So every game moving on in the series, if this isn't the last one, is all or nothing for both teams. Everything is on the line. This is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely up there with one of the most, I would argue, hyped games of the playoffs. Obviously, I think it's on par with the first playoff games we had where AHK went up against TLPP. And obviously that was just because it was the first playoff game, AHK was unbeatable at the time, no losses, so it was really just them opening up the playoff season and them showing what they can do outside of the regular season and opening up and seeing what they can do now. Like you said, I think AHK, they do need to win this game. Like you said, they haven't been in this situation before, this is new to them. I think on the flip side, KBG cannot afford to relax now. Yeah, they don't need to win this game. Yeah, they can go to the next one and they won't be out. But you cannot, if you are KBG, you cannot relax now. Because we saw it in the first game. If you give AHK a lead, if you give them a few kills, they're gonna take all of your towers, they're gonna take Barons, Dragons, and eventually they're gonna take your Nexus. And that's exactly what we saw happen in the first game. So I think KBG need to just remind themselves, they need to remind themselves of where they are, they need to remind themselves of how they got here, and how important this game is, like you said, to both of these teams.
Yeah, neither of these teams can make a mistake in this coming game. This game is literally all or nothing. KBG praying that their momentum takes them to the end of the series after this game, that it only goes to game 4. AHK trusting in themselves, bouncing back after 2 consecutive defeats. It's not easy to do. These players are going through a lot of mental stress, a lot of emotional stress, and everything is on the line on top of the fact that they just got pummeled, or at least lost 2 separate games, right? So despite showing signs of life in those 2 games, AHK need to be able to bring it back, really just rally around themselves and play to win in this coming game. And both teams will be looking to make that happen for their teams. Every single objective will be important for both of these teams. Every single team fight, just everything is on the line. So much pressure, and these two teams have shown that they both have what it takes. It really comes down to who is there on the game and who is there on the day, and this game is the one that matters the most.
Yeah, and I think this is the one outside of grand finals. This is gonna be the game that's gonna matter most all season. to both of these teams. And just to recap a little bit, the winner of this series will go into the grand finals, up against Maniac on the 3rd. So that's gonna be very exciting to watch. Obviously, disregarding whichever team makes it, I think it's gonna be exciting nonetheless. It'd be a miracle if AHK can pull this back. And I'm not saying that they can't do it. We've seen AHK. I think it's a miracle in themselves that they ended the entire season and didn't drop a game. They ended the entire regular season, playoff season, like you said, Drake. They didn't drop a game. They didn't drop a series. Unbeatable. Like that in itself, to me, is ludicrous. To put that into perspective, that is 14 games. 14 games where they went undefeatable, unbeaten, and now KBG have shown that they're here to fight. KBG have shown that they can do it, and they've shown that they have what's necessary to take down AHK.
I mean, it's absolutely crazy when you really think about it, right? This team has not lost a single game all season. They've done so well. They've played flawlessly the entire season. 14-0 ahead of today. 15-0 after the first game. And they lose 2 individual games in the entire season, and they just happen to be the most influential, the most important games of the entire season, and they could just lose their entire season because of those 2 games, right? This is the 3rd game. Right now, both of the teams, KBG has a history with AHK. They lost 2 games to them ahead of the season. So KBG are still down overall to AHK. AHK are 3 wins up on KBG, and AHK are 2 wins down on KBG. So it's 3-2 right now. Even if KBG end up winning this game, it ends up being 3-3. It's a draw overall in the season, if you want to look at it that way. So AHK are just losing if they lose, right? Assuming they lose. They're losing the most pivotal games of the season, and that's just, it's so unfortunate, but this team really needs to be able to show up now. It's now or never. It doesn't matter that they showed up all season. It doesn't matter that they did well throughout the season, that they played literally flawlessly. None of that matters. What matters now is this game, this series here, and it matters that they can take this game off of KBG, and if they can move on to Game 5 of the series.
And I think you put it beautifully, right? Because like you said, it doesn't matter. Yeah, they went 15-0, but if you go 15-0 but you can't make it to the grand finals, everything you've done for all season becomes kind of irrelevant, even though it is an impressive feat in itself that they have made it this far unbeatable, at least up until the game 2. And also, we do have to take into account that both teams might be a little bit exhausted at this point. Both teams have been here for hours now, playing together, playing up against each other. So yeah, it might be advantageous in a way where they're learning to play against each other. They're learning each other's weaknesses, each other's strengths. But at a certain point, mental exhaustion does come to play effect. And I think that's also gonna be a big key on how teams deal with it, on how teams deal with being in this long of a series, being in a best of 5. Now we did, before the game interviews, we did ask, and I believe it was AHK who did say that this isn't their first best of 5, they have done this before, so they have come prepared as well. But it's just, I think, something that we do need to keep in mind as we do momentarily get into the game here. We have a little bit of a pause. I do believe that one of the players on AHK's side, if I'm not mistaken, is reconnecting and his Wi-Fi is being a little iffy. So once we do get into the game here, we will get the action started for you guys. But yeah, this is definitely crazy.
Yeah. Final game, if not the final game, then second to last game of the night, second to last game of the series. It's just, it all accumulates to this. It all culminates here. 1 minute and 30 seconds till buff spawn after the game ends up starting, 5 minutes until the dragon spawns, and just every single objective matters so much from here. Every single kill, every single minion that you last hit, every single just literally everything that every move you make from this point on matters so much for the series that it's just insane. These players have been doing so well to deal with this pressure, and Just really excited to see if they can actually make it work. And to make it even worse, it's literally entirely on the bot lane of these two teams. And I mean, like, the junglers play a part, the mid laners play a part, the top laners play a part, right? But this series has been bot lane. This series has been exploitative, finding insane engages. This series has been Jackie George literally mowing down the enemy team. This series has been AD carry living with a sliver of HP and just absolutely popping off on Jinx, right? Getting ultimates across the map. This series has been, well, we don't have to mention that Valkyrie face checked a couple of bushes, but either way, the series like has been these four players this entire 4 games now. If we're talking about this game as well, it's just been focused on these four players, and I can't overstate enough that this matchup will literally decide this game, and this game once again it does decide the series. So all eyes are on this Jinx, all eyes are on this Twitch, and obviously on the other players and what they managed to do to impact that lane.
I think you definitely put it well. This Jinx and this bot lane, I think overall has, so far in this series, played extremely well on both sides. Definitely last game we saw how much damage the Jinx could do. We saw how much damage Elivar can output if he's given the tools, if he's given the time. Yeah, Valkyrie did face check, like you said, a couple of times, and he did end up going down a couple of times. But I think that's really, in the grand scheme of things, if you're catching the support 9 times, 10 times, it's at the end of the day still the support, right? Yeah, it's a Lulu, yeah, you're gonna delay his support item, but if it's the support that you're catching out, he was 0-4, and like you said in the game itself, there comes a point where he's gonna be worth next to no gold, and I think that's kind of what happened. They kept killing the Lulu over and over again, and then she just wasn't worth any gold anymore, and so then when they kept catching her out, they weren't really getting that much rewarded. And we saw that definitely it was a well-played game from Exploitive, despite KBG still taking it and the Jinx having to carry. And I think that's shows how much these players can play under pressure and how good they can actually be. And I think Exploitive is definitely someone we need to keep an eye on. And just like you said, just like we said in the before the game started, the Exploitive and this bot lane overall is something to keep an eye on. But I also do think that this mid lane is something that is gonna be pivotal. Obviously, like we said, last game, we saw the damage charts, right? 33k damage coming from the backs. So now all we need to see is whether AHK can repeat what Zaknor did to them a game ago, or whether Painzor is gonna fall flat and not be able to output the same kind of damage that Zaknor did.
All right, so Dessa, hear me out. All right, we've talked about how these teams need to win, what facets they need to look for, where they need to play around if they want to be able to win this series, if they want to be able to, if AHK want to be able to take this game to game 5, if KBG want to be able to just close it out here, right? So now that we've talked about it, who do you think has a better draft? What is your prediction for this game and ultimately the series?
Okay. Do you want what, in my opinion, is objectively the better draft, or which draft I would rather play in?
Objectively better. Who will win? Objectively.
Ooh.
No, not players not included. All right, just champions.
Players not included. Okay.
No bias with players, just champions.
It's so difficult because I feel like both of these drafts, I feel like, is a big game of just rock, paper, scissors. Because I feel like if we just take it from top down, right? This Shen, I think top lane is irrelevant when it comes to this, but for example, this Zac counters this Jinx. But this Lulu counters the Zac because she can peel, right? Also, the Trundle counters the Zac because the Trundle can ult the Zac.
And Pillar, which cancels the E.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other side, we have Blitzcrank, who kind of counters Jinx. Like, League is just a big game of rock, paper, scissors, but I think if I would have to give it to one of the teams, it would have to be AHK, I think. That's
All
just
right.
because it's like a sliver. Like it's like 51-50 type of thing. But I just think it's because AHK have so many tools to get on this Jinx. They have so much engage, and I think their comp is so much easier to execute. Just because all they have to do is find the Jinx, all they have to do is jump in on the Jinx, and they have so much dive in that comp that I think it's just easier for them to play the game than it is for BDK.
Yeah, I
KBG,
mean,
sorry.
yeah, I can see that for sure. I think that. So you're saying HK wins, right? Like, obviously, this is objective.
Yeah. Okay, who do you think wins then?
No. I do agree. I think
Oh,
Twitch
okay.
is just stronger. In this team fight, right? If you're thinking both teams are even, which they have been, and that's something that we've highlighted. These teams are just so good independently that they just are always even. If the ADC is ahead on one team, the ADC is ahead on the other team. They've just been playing around each other so well, and both teams are really just like not able to give each other any room to breathe. And I think that if we're looking at the game from that perspective, and we're looking at Trundle Ornn walking into Zac Shen, and you have a Twitch in the backline, Twitch is firing through Ornn, through Trundle, killing Lulu and Jinx and Ahri in the backline on accident, not even aiming at them, right? Because of the ultimate. And if you're really like looking at that as well, on top of that, Twitch has Bork, Twitch has Kraken Slayer. These Trundle and Ornn are just dying instantly, and Twitch is just perfectly happy in the backline. And if that's not the ideal fight, if that's not the fight that's actually being taken, then Blitzcrank is hooking Jinx over a wall and the game's over. So it's just, I think AHK do have the better draft, but I do think that KBG obviously have the momentum. They've played well enough to win the most recent 2 games. They're 1 win from winning the entire series, so it does depend on the players at the end of the day. But objectively, I do agree. I think AHK do have the better draft.
Yeah, and that's another thing, right? Like, because I think the word you used, momentum, I think it's a big thing to consider. And I think it's something that KBG definitely have going for them right now, having won 2 games, being on a 2-win streak at the moment, and them having the window to potentially lose this game and going into a game of 5 is just so big, and it's so big on your mental that I think that's what's gonna be the biggest part of this series. I think both teams just need to keep their head in the game. I think that's the most important part, and I do believe that this bot lane. I know we keep bringing it up. I know we keep highlighting it, but this bot lane is seriously the breaking point for both teams.
Yeah, and when you really think about it as well, like Stereo has had those pivotal steals, same as the side of KBG. Have has had incredibly good moments in the jungle, so jungle pressure is something that can't be scoffed at in this game. And Stereo's on a champion, Zac, is something that I like to that people don't really know, because I've played a lot of Zac, right? And this champion can literally hop over the entire Dragon Pit wall or the Baron Pit wall, back onto his own side of the jungle, so not into enemy like hands, and smite the Baron or the Dragon on his way through. It's insane. The E is just so far, like you've mentioned before, it can come off of Fog of War. It's 2 screens away for most players. Like Zac E goes so far, you can literally hop over the Dragon Pit or over the Baron Pit and smite the Dragon or the Baron without having to actually contest it. It's such an incredible tool, and the way that these players have been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Stereo at least try for it, or be in a position where he needs to be, or he needs to try for it, and they're on blue side, so it's even more likely, especially for Dragons in the early game. So just it really does just end up coming down to the players and each individual player, how they end up performing. And like you even mentioned, mid lane can also be a lane that just absolutely takes over for these teams. Same with top. Not likely on the Shen Ornn, but Heartsteel does do a lot of damage. These players could be insane, so it really just does depend on just individual performances at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you brought up Heartsteel, because this Ornn just gives me flashbacks of game 1. This Ornn gives me flashbacks of just seeing him auto for 500. And I think that's what's gonna be big for both teams. Is I think Yuki, yeah, you can try stop the Ornn, but he's gonna be Ornn at the end of the day regardless. But like you said, this Zac, how Stereo pilots this Zac is gonna be absolutely critical. Because Zac can be such a useful tool, he can be such a good champion to specifically pressure early game. And like you said, to specifically jump people from 2 screens away when even they don't see it coming. I mean, I'm playing on a laptop monitor, so for me it would probably like 4 screens away, but still it is Zac at the end of the day. So I think that's something that KBG will have to keep an eye on. Also, I think jungle tracking is something that's gonna be big for the side of KBG. I think Have should be able to, or needs to be able to track Stereo here, track his movements, and see where he is, just to try deny him as much potential as possible, and try to deny him a lot of those engages that he wants to get off, right? Because on the Zac, if you're not getting those engages off, it feels really bad if you have to play Zac defensively, right? Because we've all been in those situations where we're behind, and then we're forced to engage, and because we're behind, we just lose the fight. So I think if AHK find themselves in that situation, it's gonna be really difficult for them to come back.
Yeah, HK does have one of those comps where if they're not ahead early, it does become really hard to get ahead later on. But like we were talking about, they just have so many. They have so many pick potential champions. They have Shen, obviously, that can save Twitch on Death's Door. They have Vex, who can literally ult somebody over a wall. Same with Zac. Like, it is hard to get back into the game. You can't really fight directly 5-on-5 if you're behind, and I 100% agree with that. But it is super important to note that you don't always have to fight 5v5 with this team comp.
Yeah, that's true as well. I think if you can find those 2v2s in the jungle with the Vex, with the Zac, I think that 2v2 is definitely something you can come up ahead on. Definitely something that you do win if you can get prio on that mid lane. Obviously, getting prio on an RA isn't always possible. It's not always easy. But I definitely think that if you do fall behind on this Zac, it's gonna be hard. Now, on the flip side, that might partially be the reason they drafted the Shen. They feel like the global pressure of Shen could be huge here in getting their team ahead. And I think with AHK, like you said, I think you brought it up in Champ Select or pre-game, they like to play an aggressive style. We've seen them play an aggressive style all throughout the night, all throughout the evening. So this Shen just facilitates that and lets them play just that much more aggressive, lets them play the game that the AHK wants to play. Now, with AHK having a Blitzcrank on their team, we see some level 1 shenanigans as they head into the top side of KBG.
We're finally into game 4. We had a little bit of delay. One of the players ended up not only having a modem problem, but also locking in a champion and choosing a skin that is actually banned. So that was the reason for the delay, guys. Sorry for making you guys have to wait so long between games, but we're finally in. These players are finally ready to play their 4th game. Everything on the line, like we said, backs against the wall. This is all or nothing for both teams, regardless of if KBG lose. They want to win this game. Their momentum is lost if they end up losing. So everything on the line. Very, very important game for both teams. And like you said, they were playing together in the early game. Good to see AHK sticking to their guns, just like last game. But 5-point ends up being the strat, and we have a sweeper on the side of KBG on Have, and then we also have a sweeper on, or we don't actually have a sweeper on the side of Stereo.
I just want to highlight the fact that KBG are so aware of how much of a threat this Blitzcrank can be. They placed down 4 wards on level 1. You can see on the minimap the amount of vision KBG has 2 minutes into the game. Just shows that how much they can study the game, how much game understanding they have as a team, and how well they can play together. And that's gonna be Zacnor getting chunked by a lot there. And this is what we were talking about with the mid lane matchup. I think it's so important that you try to keep your HP in the mid lane, that you try to not lose out too much on those trades, as we do see some trading in the top side here as well. Both top laners getting a little bit lower there, but pots being ticked, both having the run shield there, will heal back up slowly.
Yeah, they also both have grasp, but doesn't look like there's any cookies for the side of Shen. Ornn going to be a little bit healthier because of that, but looks like there's an engage coming out.
Ooh, good call coming from Alice here. Avatar getting lower and lower, but Alice is fighting the minions. That's not where you wanna be. Could go down here. Good flash from Avatar here. They could go down here. That's a beautiful play from Alice. And he does end up going down there. Painter could be in trouble here. The fear does come out. The charm does land. Have going in, bonking him, but not having the damage there. Beautiful play from AHK's top laner.
What a close fight in the top lane. He does end up flashing into the bush, gives him a little bit of just reprieve for a second. Obviously, Avatar can't auto in the bush, and he placed his ward earlier, like we were talking about. They were so scared of that Blitzcrank early in the game that he had to place his ward, so he can't see Alec, he can't auto him, and then Alec gets 2 free autos before Ornn can even see him, and then Avatar's so low that he has to back off, but ends up getting that 3rd auto, which does take down Ornn, and really well played from Alec. I mean, not the lane we expected to see a scrap in the top side so early, but these two top laners very aware that they don't necessarily have the most impact in the game, so trying to do the most they can to impact it, and really well played from both of them.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's a good thing to highlight as well that both of these top laners, I think for the most part, want to fight each other, they want to be scrappy, but like you said, when there's a Zac and a Vex and a Blitzcrank on the map, this top lane is the place you least expect aggression, yet it's the place where we got first blood. Now you did see Have trying to take a bit of the jungle of Stereo away. Obviously, as the Trundle, you do have the advantage in the 1v1. You did have a top fire as well there, as Exploited and Jack actually make their way into the mid lane. Zac more in trouble, the Ignites go down. Have is around, but how much can you really do here? As the Trundle flash forward from Jackie, that's going to be hinting of the kill. Have is in trouble here, does end up flashing on Phasor here. Will end up continuing the chase, does auto the tower there. Unfortunately, we have some more fighting in the top lane here. Have might make his way out there, the pings do come back. Have will be allowed to live, but that is a beautiful play from the side of AHK, and they're here to fight.
Alright, one that was really good by Twitch and Blitzcrank to be able to make that roam. Jackie George getting super ahead off that roam, and already 7 CS up anyways, so getting that kill is super good for him. Like we talked about, if Twitch gets accelerated, this game is literally over for the side of KB, but can we talk about how Have just walked through their turret? Like, he just walked through enemy turret, like, followed Vex, and then walked into top lane jungle and just, like, reset an enemy top lane jungle. Why did Blitzcrank not chase? Why did Twitch just be okay with that? Like, what did I just watch?
I think it might be one of the jitters that we were talking about, not wanting to overcommit for no reason there, not wanting to accidentally get caught out and die. As we do have a knockout here on, Alice could be in trouble. Beautiful block coming out from him, blocking out the brittle auto from Avatar there, which will keep him alive at least for the moment. And this is a very scrappy top lane for a Shen Ornn matchup, which I definitely didn't expect.
Yeah, Avatar, master of all of the elements, but apparently not the top lane element right now. 1 kill down, like you said, but Alice getting really low, so Avatar is manhandling his way back into the matchup. Like we've seen so far, Avatar has been able to control the top lane in the most recent series games. In game 1, it was a little bit closer, but game 2 and 3, he really took over, so definitely interesting to see Alice in the driver's seat this game. Might just be the matchup like we were talking about, top being a very matchup dependent lane, but First Dragon does end up going over towards the KB.
Stereo is here in top lane. Avatar could be in trouble as Stereo doesn't opt to go for it.
Yeah, I think
a
level
little
4
bit
Zac.
confused.
Yeah, I think level 4 Zac, just E range isn't quite far enough. So since Avatar backed off slightly, wasn't able to get the knock up, and means that he's just going to cancel it and look for his Gromp instead.
Yeah, I suppose AHK don't really want to overcommit to anything like we saw earlier as well. They don't want to overcommit on Have, just let him walk out. So I think it's just Stereo wanting to play safe, wanting to go back to CS and trying to maximize that gold per minute. With it being Ornn in the top lane as well, he's not an easy boy to kill, with him being a very angry... What is Ornn?
Forge God. Ram?
Never mind, as we have Zac here on the top lane. That's gonna be a beautiful knock-up landing, and Alice could be in trouble here. Zagnor does end up dashing forward. That's gonna be a dead Shen, and Zagnor picks up that one for himself and says thank you very much.
Yeah, very clean from Zagnor there. Just typical, very natural roam towards the top side. I mean, both top laners have been low for so long. Ding 6, it's literally just lights out for Alec. He can't do anything. The charm is so easy to land once you have the Spirit Rush for Ahri. So lands the charm, lands the Ignite, just easy pickup for him. And KB getting a little bit accelerated after losing 2 kills in the early game.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely what we want from a potential last game. Obviously not wanting to jinx anything, but definitely a scrappy one so far in both teams, showing that they're not scared to throw down. They're not scared to fight, even if there's potential of this being the last game. Both teams are very much prepared to take that lead and take advantage of any mistake that the opponents make. And so far, I haven't really seen that many mistakes, if I'll be honest with you. I think it's been a very clean game from both teams, as Alice could be in trouble here, but does end up being dash over the wall. Could potentially see the Herald started up here from Have, but does just opt to clear some vision. The Herald does get started here. This should be a free pickup from them, as Stereo is in bot side here, trying to get a lane gank on this bot lane. I think KBG might be aware of this, with them starting up Herald and seeing no one contest that. So you see on the minimap, KBG's bot lane playing very safely, and Stereo being very sad that he did not get that gank.
Yeah, a lot of wasted time for Stereo if he's just sitting there in the bot lane waiting for something, but really good from KB's AD Curry and Valkyrie to just back off, get the Gromp, get some other CS. Like, you don't have to push in, you don't have to be aggressive, and you're playing ADC in the game where in this series ADC has been so pivotal for the entire series. So just not wanting to risk your lead whatsoever, walking around with your Lulu, making sure that you're just under your turret if you're not literally farming just slightly outside of it, and really well played from them to just let AHK do what they want in the early game, not risk anything, and if Twitch doesn't get turbo ahead, Jinx will just start to take over.
I do also want to highlight that in this game, Have has been, for the most part, sitting in Stereo's jungle. We saw him again on the minimap spend more time in Stereo's top side, trying to take as many camps as he can away from the enemy Zac. I don't know whether that's just because it is the matchup. It's just the way it works. You know what? You're a jungle main. You tell me.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle is one of those champions that can kind of just win any matchup in the jungle, and the few that he doesn't, I would say, would be something along the lines of Lee Sin or some extremely high damage output champion like Kha'Zix. So when you're playing against something like Zac that doesn't do a lot of damage until he has his OP items like Demonic or I would say Divine, or what, the tank item, I can't remember for some reason. The name is escaping me, but yeah, Radiant Virtue, sorry. Yeah, unless Zac has Radiant Virtue or Demonic and he's just healing to Oblivion, Trundle is one of those champions that will nearly always win the 1v1, so he can just walk in, especially if he has lane pressure. Like you've seen all game, Ahri has just been shoving in the Vex. Really good of her to get that. Looks like there might be something actually happening here, but
Have could be in trouble, by the way. That Vex ulti does land, the Ignite does end up going down, but Have does get the extra health from the ultimate on Painzor, and that was very good try from Painzor, trying to get a kill back, trying to get some gold back there, and after the Herald being popped in the mid lane, that will be some plates going down for Zagnor. I will imagine he picks up that one as well, says thank you very much. And that
yeah,
was...
I think...
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I do think that it's something that we were talking about. I don't remember if we were talking about it in loading screen to the viewers or whether we talked about it before this game actually ended up starting, but oh, the hook goes so wide. But anyways, this is just the epitome of the point I was trying to make anyways. So I just feel like AHK have never been in this situation in their so far in their careers, right? In this LECL or LELC split in this season, they have never been in this position. They're not familiar with it, and I think that it's just nerves. We've seen just some interesting plays coming out, like you said, Stereo not quite going for the top lane play, letting Have run through their tier 1 turret at I think it was about 5 minutes. Painzor just not quite being able to pick up the kill onto Have and going in and dying and burning both summoners. It's just, it seems like it's a lot of nerves from AHK, and it rightfully so. They've never been in this position. They're obviously, this is all or nothing. If they lose this game, they're out of the season, they're out of the series, and everything mounts to just whatever the result of this game is. So definitely a lot of reasons to be so nervous, but it does seem like there's a little bit of nerves coming out from these players.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. I think you can quite clearly see that, like you pointed it out. I'm not gonna lie, a piece of my heart dropped when I saw that hook go between two people and threading that needle like he did. Unfortunate from Exploitive there. Very good sidestep from both AD Curry and Valkyrie there, not getting hit by that hook. And I think for the most part, outside of that early aggression, the game has calmed down a little bit now. Both teams are chilling, top lane tanks are just smacking each other. And I think the main driver, the main person in the driver's seat right now is Have, as Alice, it will take an unfavorable trade here. The Ornn does come down, will land on Alice. I don't know if Avatar has the damage here, does not, but that will be him being very low, which again, with Alice being so low, gives Have access to his topside jungle. Now, Zac is here this time, Stereo is around if Have does want to go for this. Could be a little bit risky, as Stereo will charge up the jump. Just make sure that his presence is known to potentially protect his top laner from any dives. Now we do see Vex on the minimap move towards the bundle here, but he will just use the plant. That will be the combo that we were talking about in champ side of the Shen Twitch. That will be a kill picked up for Jackie, and that Twitch is getting accelerated.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, it's the worst combo. It's so dirty. You see this Twitch, you actually don't see this Twitch. That is the problem. You don't see the Twitch. He gets melee range within you, or within melee range to you, sometimes in between you and your turret, so you have literally nowhere to go, and he's running faster than you because he has his Q, and then all of a sudden, he has a weird shield on him. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's literally a champion with a CC ability,
and
is in
trouble.
Even
that's
worse in the bot lane now.
Flash forward coming from Exploitive, and that's gonna be another kill going to Jackie, and we were talking about in champ side, this accelerated Twitch, as Zaknor is getting lower here. That's going to be Panzer getting flashed down by the Trundle. Have is trying to find this Vex here. Vex will end up going down. And that's going to be one kill going back towards KBG. Potential mid tower here. We'll see if Stereo will opt in to defend this one. Does want to keep it alive for the moment. But like we said in champ select, this Twitch getting accelerated could be bad for KBG. And that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it could be bad news for KBG like we were talking about, and yeah, that Twitch Shen combo is just so annoying. Shen coming out of nowhere, lands the taunt, you literally have nothing you can do because you didn't see him coming, because obviously Twitch is in stealth when it happens, but KBG doing really well to maintain themselves in this game, to remain in this game, and both teams just taking blows, just sending haymakers right at each other's faces left and right, taking and giving blows left and right. It's just an all-out brawl here. Both teams not wanting to give an inch, not wanting to give even a centimeter. But as we're saying that, Jackie as we're saying that, Jackie George just getting another kill, just like I said, blows to the face left and right, blows back and forth, and these two teams both know what this game means, so both will be looking to do everything they can to win this game.
Yeah, and I think that was beautiful play from the side of Jackie. Like you said, both teams, they really want this. You can tell both teams really do want this. And so far, from what I'm seeing, AHK have a very good shot at taking this to a game 5 if they continue to play the way they've been playing. Like you said, this Shen Twitch oh no, AD Curry could be in trouble. Pazer does end up landing the fear there, will get the damage onto the Jinx, and the Jinx will end up going down. Beautiful play from the Vex there to catch out AD Curry.
Yeah, just AHK really taking charge of this game past the mid-game stages, has the Infernal Dragon, which is arguably the better dragon of the two. Cloud. Oh yeah, Painzor might be in trouble.
Vex does in trouble here, but Jackie does try assassinate Zakno, but that's not where you want to be potentially. That's going to be a Ironthorn going down. The General on the bot lane here as well. Painzor getting lower and lower. We'll see the taunt does come out. Can Have reach the Vex here? He cannot. That is beautiful use of the Shenmue. We were talking about the global pressure. And while that was happening, AHK was making a play mid lane as well, and Jackie is tearing up this game.
Yeah, tearing this game wide open is definitely the way that I would describe it. 650 gold shutdown on that Twitch's head now. Little Rat Boy 5-0, super strong, nearly completed with the Kraken Slayer as well as tier 2 boots, and Bork looking extremely strong going into this dragon fight. I mean, Twitch is absolutely taken over, but with Shen ult down, it could be a little bit of a dicey situation if they end up trying to fight here.
Yeah, and I think it's good that you highlighted that, and that's a really important ability, the Shen ultimate. It's so big, the shield that you get from it, and oh no, we do have a Hex Splash attempt, does not get over the wall. Valkyrie is going to flash, not knowing that the hook was already on cooldown used by Exploitive, but that's just what we were talking about, the threat of the Blitzcrank. We do have an Ornhorn coming down here. He will try to get the taunt does plan to deny the Ornhorn, but Shen is in trouble. Alice does end up going down here eventually. They get one. Now, rest of AHK are in trouble. Painzor will be the next one to go down. That's gonna be an excited Jinx. Do the rest of AHK get away? Stereo, you've been in this situation before. We've seen him take it before.
Is he gonna do the Zac thing?
Go for the steal. He might try to go for the steal. He will. I think he might be a little
He
bit
did
late
go
there.
for the
Does
Zac.
not end up getting it. Will have to flash out, and that will be Dragon secured and a couple of kills picked up for KBX.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, really well played from KBG. They're in this situation, right, where the gold is even. Admittedly, it is even. We've been speaking the praises of AHK, saying that Twitch is just so strong and he can just accelerate this game to a point where KB can't possibly win, but this is the issue. If Twitch can't get activated, if he's dead, then how do you win?
You don't. I think that was the big issue that KVG, sorry, had in that last team fight. The Twitch didn't find the proper angle he needed to properly participate in that one. And I think that's the main thing AHK need to play for at the moment. They need to play for this Twitch. This guy is 5-on-1, 2 items at 20 minutes into the game. Kraken being completed, the Bork as well, being big items for Twitch. That's what they need to be playing around. They need to be playing around this Twitch, because right now, this Twitch is extremely useful. He's ahead of the other AD carry by 1 item, Jinx only with the Kraken Slayer for the moment. And I think AHK have the comp. They have the comp to try force these fights. They have the Blitzcrank, they have the Zac. I think they need to take these advantages while they can, and they need to try find angles.
Yeah, they definitely do need to be able to find these angles, and it looks like Exploitive might be looking for one right now.
We have an angle from the Blitzcrank, that's going to be Have going down. We will have the Vex ulti go down as well. Now Zac might be forcing ulti out here. The Vex ulti does land. I don't imagine things are following that one. He does opt out, but they will still get the kill, and the Trundle will be going down. Now we do see the pings go down on the Baron from the side of KBG. They want to start this up. They do start up the Baron. And I don't know if KBG have what it takes to contest this, as AHK do start up the Baron. We will see Ornn TP, they might try go for it, as Avatar is here, the Ornhorn does come down. We might get this one off, that's gonna be beautiful 3-man Ornhorn, but there is no follow-up for the moment. AHK playing this very carefully, playing this very safe. Zaknor going in, that's gonna be beautiful play from Exploitive, but unfortunately not enough, as the Ignite does come down, the Shen does end up dying. And Exploitive trying to keep his his top laner alive, but doesn't quite this time.
Yeah, KBG just doing absolute wonders with this AD Curry with Avatar on the Ornn. The Ornhorn does end up landing on the most important members of AHK, causing Alec and Exploitative to be in a little bit of a rough situation. And the Baron being denied there is extremely important, as it might even end up going over to KBG right now.
It doesn't indeed, as AHK is closing. Stereo might try go for the steal here, as Exploitive is closing in. That's going to be the Vexel going down Valkyrie, but that's not where you're going to be with Painzor or Valkyrie does end up living there. Exploitive is in trouble, the Shen does come out. That's going to be the Ornhorn going down. Look at Jackie, look at the Twitch, he's untouchable for the moment. AD Curry is in trouble here, does end up pushing over the wall. The Shen getting lower and lower, Pave getting lower. He does have the ultimate pop, he does have the radio turret speed, but unfortunately will make it out this time, and that's going to be 4 people on very low health bars walking out, especially on the side of KBG.
I mean, Jackie George just can't find an angle. He's doing his best, but even though he's fed, even though he's so strong, he just can't quite find an angle in any of these team fights. He did so much damage in the last one, but Ornn and Trundle taking so many auto attacks to their face. Jinx obviously having the Verdant Flash to get away, but a small price to pay for a Baron, for a couple of kills previously to the Baron. Just really well played from KBG, and Jackie George really just needs to be able to find an angle, and his team needs to be able to play around him in order for him to start thriving in these team fights, and in order for AHK to start being able to deny some of these objectives.
I definitely agree. I think AHK do need to start finding angles here if they do want to win this game, because this Jinx is going to keep on scaling. So is this Trundle, and this Trundle is ahead for the moment, as Zaknor potentially in trouble here, does have the ultimate to retreat if he does need to. Obviously has the Baron buff as well, so he will just try to get that tower with the Baron minions now. I do believe that this Jinx is getting very close to the second item here. And Stereo, with having that Radiant Virtue, he does have the range to take out this Jinx. With the levels he has in his E, hitting level 11 here as well, getting that rank 2 ultimate. But I think that's going to be a hook landing out of Valkyrie. Could be in trouble here. We'll see who the kills are going to Jackie. Could be in trouble here. The Twitch might go down. The Twitch is going to go down here eventually. Zaknor does end up picking up a kill. That's going to be the excited Jinx. That's why the Exploded going down, and Jinx is getting more and more excited. Zach will end up hopping out there, and that's exactly what you don't want to do if you're AHK.
It's tragedy for AHK. I mean, Jackie George just hasn't been able to find an angle. That's been the story of this entire game. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. He just can't quite get the kill secured onto the enemy. And Avatar killing Alec under his turret. I mean, Shen ult didn't even come out in that last fight. Maybe it could have saved Jackie George. Maybe it was on cooldown. I'm not sure. But just left and right, AHK just having tragedy after another. And it looks like they might just be in a little bit of peril here in Game 4 of this best of five series.
And we could potentially, if KBG do manage to secure this Drake, we could potentially have a Mountain Soul as well for KBG. You're looking at a triple Mountain Drake. You're looking at a Mountain Soul on an Ornn that has 2 items. He has Radiant Virtue. You're looking at it on a Trundle that has Frozen Heart and will steal the resistances of your Zac and or your Shen, depending on which one is more vital at the time. And I don't know if you necessarily have the damage to cut through that. Obviously you do have the Twitch, but this Jinx is starting to pick up a lot of traction. And I have to give props to AD Curry. I think he's played this entire series beautifully so far.
Yeah, AD Curry has definitely played this series to a T, and it's worth mentioning that the state of the game is perilous to say the least. Like you said, 2 Mountain Dragons already on the side of KB. A third one would be something near a nail in the coffin. And as this game ticks further down, as it just gets closer and closer towards the later stages of the game, the reality is you have Ornn items, you have ornaments on every single member of your team as the game gets later into it. And on top of that, you have natural scaling in Trundle, in Jinx, in Ahri. And I'm not sure that AHK have the tools to be able to fight this team in the later stages of the game. So the clock is definitely ticking. And if Mountain Soul does end up going over, then you have Elders, and then you have another 2 Barons at that point. It's definitely at a point where AHK need to be able to claw their way back in now, or they won't find another way in for the next 5, 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that's, if I would guess, that is what is going on in AHK's comms at the moment. I think they're all trying their best to find a way back into this game, and I think a lot of that is going to have to come from exploitive hooks, and as I say that, he will land up on the Trundle. The Trundle will go down under tower. That will be a kill going off to Jackie. That's a good flash from this Jinx here. Does end up flashing the Vex ultimate. We'll see if exploitive does end up following that up. He does have the flash available to flash hook somebody if he does find the angle, but I was just about to bring up the hooks of the Blitzcrank, and he lands one.
Yeah, Exploitative coming out big when his team needs him the most, like we saw in Game 1, like we saw in a couple of the other games when he managed to find his team a way back into the games, just obviously not well enough for them to win. Exploitative stepping up when his team needs him, getting that pick on Have. Have had flash up, but just unable to get out when there's so much chain CC. Really well played from AHK to all be there at that point in time. And the flash away from AD Curry is not something to be scoffed at. It definitely will be impactful for the next few objectives. Baron up in 30 seconds. That means the flash is still on cooldown, as you can see on the right side. And flash will also be on cooldown during the Mountain Soul Dragon. So definitely something that will impact these next few objective fights and something to be looking at when Exploitative is throwing his next few hooks.
I do actually want to pose a question to you, which I will hold on because Jackie does have the channel on him. They are trying to find the Ari here. Ari might end up going down, does get the Zonias, but that's not going to help you much, my friend, as you do have the Twitch here. Like, get a 1-for-1 here, the Ignite, tick, 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 it will take him down, and that's going to be the Twitch going down. Now, Stereo is in trouble here. Jinx is just free firing here. Will pop the passive, but that's going to be just buying a little bit of time.
Nightmare. Nightmare.
Have does get the does keep going here, does get the Shen, he does find it, but the Shen is so tanky. He might try to find the kill here, but they have no damage on the side of AHK here as Jinx shows up, does pick that one, gets excited. Exploitative could be in trouble, go down next, he will go down next, and I think you use the exact word, you use the word nightmare, and I think that's perfect.
Oh, it's absolute tragedy for the side of AHK. I mean, they played so well. They did the such an annoying combo, right? The Shen Twitch, where Shen pops out of vision that you didn't see him in, then all of a sudden you're CC'd, but Zachnor playing so well to get a pick off the back of that, ends up taking down Jackie George. Jackie George not burning the flash because he, I assume, just didn't think that that much damage would end up coming out of Zachnor, but ends up taking him down, taking down the Twitch, which is the most pivotal champion on the side of AHK. I mean, their whole draft is around this rat, so just really well played from Zachnor to be able to take him down, and earns his team a Baron, 3 kills off the back of that, nearly an ace, and if it was an ace, it could have been game losing, so definitely a state of the game where every single pick, every single everything matters even more than it already did in the early stages.
Definitely, and like you said, it earns them a Baron, and this Baron might earn them a Dragon, as Dragon does end up spawning here. You see both teams flock over to this direction. That's gonna be a hook landing down on Have, a lot of damage going down on him, he does end up flashing away. Look at the choke point there, and this is a perfect horn, but they do end up backing away. Beautiful play from AHK. Give a really good shot from Avatar, beautiful Jinx, but there are a lot of damage coming out, and the health bars of KBX are just dropping, and that's gonna be AHK. Going down, that's gonna be 2 people down for their team, but look at the health bars, they're all just 1 HP waiting to be nabbed up. That's gonna be a Zonius going down, but Habe will just walk over and pick up those kills. Stereo in trouble next, this Jinx is getting excited here, he's getting excited to take down this Zac. I doubt the Zac is trying to buy time, but you can buy time as much as you want, my friend. That will be him going down. Now KBG, potential looking to end the game here. They do have the minion wave, they do have the health bars to tank these towers. They do have the minion wave, they have the Baron buff as the inhibitor tower starts taking damage here, it starts falling, they do get the inhibitor, this could potentially be game. KBG could potentially take this series here, as one Nexus tower is starting to take damage, it will fall, they will get a Nexus tower here. Jackie, you need to do a hero play, you need to be the hero here if you wanna end this game, you need to do something, but that's gonna be AD Courage just focusing down the Nexus, and that's gonna be KBG going down. They're gonna be winning this game. AHK will go down and KBX will move on to the grand finals against BMR.
KBG upset AHK. They gave them their first 3 losses of the season consecutively and in dominating fashion, and not only gave them those 3 losses, the only 3 losses that mattered in the entire season in this game here, denying them any hopes of finals. They won every single game up until this point, and they just choked. They just could not find a way into these games against KBG. They found KBG found the victory. They found a 3-1 win after losing the first game in the series. They bounced back. They cooked. And what came out of the oven was a 3-1 victory and a ticket to finals.
Oh, they were definitely cooking something, Drake, I'll tell you that much. And that was a beautiful bun that came out of the oven. It was a beautiful bun, and when you cut it open, you see them going to the finals, and they are going to the finals against BMR, I believe, another best of 5. And oh my god, the games we saw, as a little recap, we saw AHK take game 1 pretty decisively, pretty rolly over on KBG, but then KBG managed to come back. They managed to go win the game through Avatar, absolutely dominating the Ornn in that game too. After that, we had the Kalista. Unfortunately, Kalista did end up getting the lead, but wasn't able to turn it, as AD Curry played that game beautifully on the Jinx, on the Lulu that bot lane duo managed to carry out the game. And game number 3, the one we just watched, beautiful play from the side of KBG. That Trundle, that jungler, carrying them to their victory, carrying them all the way to the finals.
Yeah, really, really well played from KBG. I can't give any of these players enough praise. Avatar absolutely dominating the top lane after the first game. Obviously, the Cho'Gath didn't end up working out for him, but really just dominant performance in the rest of the games today. Have playing extremely well in the jungle, especially to bounce back after getting a little bit ruined, I would say, in the first game by Stereo. Stereo playing really well to just shut Have down, but Zach Nor as well in the mid lane, just absolutely taking over, being very pivotal in these team fights, picking off the Twitch in the last game. It is just the epitome of what a mid laner needs to do, what an assassin on an Ahri needs to be able to do, and just super well played for him to find his targets. And AD Curry and Valkyrie in the bot lane just absolutely taking over. Like I said, I can't give any of these players enough praise, and AHK giving a valiant effort, showing why they were the first seed in the entire playoffs, why they were undefeated in the regular season, but sadly just weren't able to bounce back.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing about today. I think they definitely did show us how they can play the game if they're up for it, why they're here, and why they made it as far as they did. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it today. They weren't able to clutch up, but that's not because they played bad. It's because KBG played out of their mind. And especially, I want to give big props to the support of KBG. The Valkyrie on that support role, on that Lulu. Obviously, he did get caught out a few times, but still, he never gave up. He was there with his team when he needed to be. And that was a beautiful show from the bot lane of KBG. And that just means that we're gonna be going to the finals against DMR and KBG, and I think that might single-handedly be the best and the most exciting game of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, playoffs aren't over, right? We have finals in not sure how much time, but we have finals very soon, right? So the season isn't over. We have so much more action to see, and as I have been made aware, I believe we have an interview with KBG Avatar after a short break. So if you want to let everybody know what's going on, Dessa, just go ahead, and I can't wait to honestly to talk to the top laner of KBG.
Yeah, I think definitely, and I think it's gonna be really exciting, especially with how he played the game. He really, I would say, dominated his lane most of the games. But like we said, guys, we're gonna be going for a short break. After that, we will be talking to Avatar, the top laner of KGB and the top laner of the winning team for tonight. Don't go anywhere, guys, but we'll be right back.
What does it mean to be happy? Cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on a show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did the song mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside. To drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside.
Welcome back, guys, from that short little break. Me and Drake needed a minute to cool off there after such a hype series we had between AHK and KGB. KGB ended up taking the series 3-1 best of 5, which does mean that BMR versus KGB will be the grand finals. But for now, before that happens, We have a very special guest with us today. We have KB Avatar, the top laner of KBG. And Drake, you had some questions for him for now, so go ahead and take it away, my friend.
Yeah, Avatar, great to have you here, man. How's it going? How do you feel?
Well, it feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean-
it has been a tough tournament. Losses. I don't know how to say. Losses feels quite bad in this format, in this tournament. But I mean, I think we get good with time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you guys showed us that you got good with time. You guys did absolutely amazing today. You guys won, and I mean, in dominating fashion, especially considering that the team that you guys were playing against was undefeated before they met you, right? Before they went to face you today. So, we were talking about this a little bit before in the post game lobby, but your team said that you had a little bit of stuff cooking. Have said that you had a little bit of stuff in the oven. So, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, we show it. We have like some tough matchups. Like the first game, I really ended, but I saw the ore on the other team, and I think that Mordekaiser was like the most dominant matchup I could get, and we saw it. Like if we pick two solo laners that can have potentially kill, we're gonna snowball.
Yeah, for sure. And then I have it's kind of a touchy question, all right, but I was curious. When it comes to comms and when it comes to comms in that final game in just such a nerve-wracking game where I feel like every game, like obviously you guys were ahead, but you had positions where you maybe could have fallen behind. How nervous were you guys, and what were comms like, especially in that last game in the last team fight?
I don't really think that last game was. I mean, we were nervous. I mean, I literally engaged and I didn't talk. Like I saw it and I go in. But we were nervous on the last game. We were hungry, but not nervous.
Yeah, fair enough. That's definitely good to hear. I mean, hungry for sure. I mean, it's been a long series. You guys have been playing for about 3 or 4 hours now, so
I think
definitely,
five.
yeah, 5 maybe. So definitely deserve something to eat in just a second. Sorry to keep you for so long, but I had a couple more questions, but one was, what's all right? So the players who are sorry, the people who are watching this, right? The people who are watching the Twitch stream aren't aware of the cult-like behaviors happening in Discord right now. But what's up with the John Cena stuff, and how many people are in the KBG chat right now?
I mean, we are an Spanish academy, so we have a lot of people. I mean, we are a team of 8 guys, but the John Cena memes, I don't know how we started, but I can say it's our religion, and that's all. It's our religion. We have just the pink chilling in our blood.
All right, and then just like one more question. I was curious. So obviously Valkyrie did their job, right? He played well. He ultimated Jinx, and he just did his job, right? But did you guys ever get annoyed that he was maybe face checking a little bit too much?
I don't think you can annoy someone when he dies like more times. I mean, I get solo killed like 4 games in a row. I have to check it, but I think I died every single game solo killed. So I wouldn't blame my teammates for doing something that they didn't do good. But no, she actually, yes, he did some hooks with a bad pathing, and that's all. I mean, it's just a game. We won it, so it doesn't matter. We go next, and it's that.
Yeah, I mean, you guys all played wonderfully. Obviously, no flame to Valkyrie, did a great job. Everybody on the team did a great job. You guys definitely deserved the win out there today. So I'm super glad I got to speak with you. Congratulations once again. Such a huge upset. I'm so glad that you guys are in such high spirits and were even before the game started. Have was great to talk to earlier as well. So really happy for you guys. And Dessa, do you have anything else to add?
Ooh, I have a couple of things. I can't stop smiling, man. It was such a hype series, and it was so much fun to cast and to watch you guys play. And it was really interesting to see how you guys developed over the series. Just watching you learn each other's strategies and weaknesses and strengths, I found really interesting at least. So what do you feel like made you the winning team today? How do you feel like you overcame the challenge of AHK?
I feel like we did the how it's called the journey of the hero. Like
Ah,
nobody expected that we gonna win a team that was 14-0, and actually they had an amazing streak that nobody can get, and we just came. We know we can win. Like it's gonna be tough. We all know it, but we never stop thinking that we can win any game.
Yeah, and I think that mentality is a big thing, right? If you approach the game like you've already lost just because they're 14-0, like you're not gonna have a good time, right? So it's good to hear that you guys still came into the game with confidence, still gave them the respect they deserve, and you ended up using that respect to take them out of the tournament for today. Now, with the series going 3-1, and with you guys winning all three last games, would you say the series went like you expected? Did you expect to go to a game 5 today?
I mean, if you ask me, I will say that in my mind, I was thinking that the team who wins 2 games in a row, I think that they will win the series. Like if we get the first 2 games, we will win, and the same for them. And I think it gets like I was thinking, like we get 2 games in a row, and I don't know if they get upset or something, but we have a better mentality. And I mean, we were hyped because we win 2 games in a row, and it was like not a stomp, but we played kind of good on both of them.
Yeah, I think you guys definitely played well, not to take, of course, anything away from AHK. I think both of you guys played well, but you just ended up being the better team for today. And I think it's good to hear, and I mean, you're not wrong. Like, you guys won 2 games in a row, which ended up getting you guys the win. So it's not like your expectations weren't disappointed at all. And I'm not gonna keep you for much longer. Obviously, you gotta go and celebrate with the homies. You know, gotta go celebrate with the boys for the win you got. But I have one more question. One more.
Okay.
If you, to the VMR team that's potentially watching the VOD, that's potentially watching the stream right now, what message do you have for them now that you're in the grand finals?
I mean, if they saw was kill like the Undertaker, you know, the guy with the unbeatable streak, we can beat everybody. And if they can come,
Ooh.
we're gonna fight them. Probably it's gonna be another so much for for Joe and for everyone who's watching. But it's just another game. We don't care if it's the final. We're gonna fight them. If it's 3-0 for someone, it's gonna be for us.
Ooh. You
Let's
heard
go!
it. I was about to say that's so hype. You heard it here first, folks. KBG is going for BMR. But I appreciate you for Avatar for joining us today. Congratulations on your win and congratulations on how well you played today. And good luck in the celebrations with your team.
Thank you. And shout out to AHK. They played very good.
Of course, man. Thank you for joining us as well. Thank you for letting us talk to you, and we hope you have a good time.
You're welcome.
And that, guys, that was the top laner of KBG. That was Avatar. And Drake, I'm afraid it's gonna wrap us up for today. That was all the games we have.
Yeah, I mean, oh, what a ride, right? I mean, these guys who played the games, they know more than we do, but it's just such good sportsmanship on display today, such good spirits. Like, they were so happy, even in the last game, seeing the in-game chat and just the way that they all handled themselves. It was so good to see, and just such a fun stuff. So I'm so glad I was here, and I'm so glad that everybody watching was hopefully enjoying it, and yeah, really, really good stuff today.
Yeah, and honestly, thank you for both teams as well for giving us such a show. Thank you for everybody watching, like you said. I want to thank Little Joe for producing us, and I also want to thank you, Drake, for joining me today. It was wonderful casting with you. And guys, remember, don't go anywhere yet. We obviously have one more announcement to make. I just want to say that don't forget to join us for next week when we have the grand finals. Everything, all these playoff games, everything that's been leading up to this, that ends on the 3rd of next week. Put that on your calendars. Make sure to mark it down and make sure to be here. 19 CEST is when the stream is meant to start. So make sure to mark that down. Make sure to be sure to watch that because that's gonna be the grand finals. That's gonna be that's gonna be what all these games are for, and you're gonna see who's gonna take away the prize then. So guys, until next time, stay safe.
What does it mean to be happy? Cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on a show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we better.